What's going on, everybody? What's going on? It's almost New Year's. It's 11:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Come on in. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're gonna start this off with some laughter because Ami is hilarious. Y'all, come on in here and hit that like button on your way in. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I know this is uh very, very short notice. Thank you all so much. What's going on? Hey, Saint, what's going on? How you doing? Where's your wrench? What's going on, Francisca? What's going on? Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Say, where's your wrench? Did you change your username? Y'all, it is 11:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time where I am. So I'm still waiting for it to hit 12 midnight. Movie King said it's 3:20 p.m. New Year's Day here in Australia. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. You guys, it's been a good day. I have to say it's been a good day. It's been a darn good day. Shout out to Lynn and Honor. I was able to be blessed to be able to hop on his New Year's live stream he has going. I had just did an Umar live stream earlier this evening and then saw an email from Lynn and Honor. He's been reporting on Umar for a few good years. Few good years, probably more than 5 years, and keeping his foot on his neck. And I have been blessed to um, earlier to this evening to just be able to hang out with him for a little bit. That was a lot of fun. And then we got a shout out from Paramount Tactical on Twitter X. I can't believe it. I was like, oh my God, that's so awesome. Y'all, good day, a good day. So I'm trying to see what say. Shout out to my mods. Say why you don't have a wrench. Yeah, I hope it's. I want Saint to send me an email and see what's going on. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Y'all, we're gonna start this off with a little laughter. Y'all, yeah, we need a laugh. We need a good laugh, especially for what's coming up next. Oh man, and then we're gonna check out Paramount Tactical. So y'all just buckle in. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna usher in the new year, and I'm excited. I'm excited about the great things that are gonna come from the Lady Luck Club. We're gonna be getting back on our watch parties for Carbonation and Nature Boy because once again, it is imperative that people understand how cults operate. These cult leaders, the cult of personality, is very imperative, you know, because when Candace is out here demanding alibis like she's a certified or licensed investigator, you can understand why I keep calling her cult leader. Where all these candy ass cult members think that, oh no, that's not a bad thing. No, you're violating federal law. You're impersonating an investigator. You can't make this up. So no one owes her an alibi. And I wish TPUSA would stop answering her. So what? She put their name out there. Oh, okay. You're just giving me more traction, girl. Bye, Felicia. They don't owe her anything else. She doesn't pay their bills. She doesn't take care of them. She's not paying rent or mortgage. And yet she's demanding alibis. And yet, Candace, you won't show us your degrees. You won't show us just two pieces of evidence that you said you've obtained. You said you have 2 degrees. Where the hell are those degrees at? Why you can't post that up? You think you would be proud of them. If you finished up school and you obtained 2 degrees, you think you would be proud of that. A narcissist like her, of course, she would be proud of that, right? You think she would be bragging on having these 2 degrees. Candace has not even shown 1 degree. I would have them hanging on the back of my wall in my basement where George is standing behind the camera. If I were her, you went back to school and finished up 1 year of education and came out with 2 degrees, and you didn't have a dual degree, not from that school you first attended. So, what a proof of the degrees at? Because she damn sure is not a certified or licensed investigator, criminal or federal. I don't care. Pick one. It's so crazy. But yeah, no. Yeah, people giving her alibis. God. Y'all stop treating Candace Owens like she pays your mortgage. Don't do that. Giving her too much leverage here. Oh man. Shout out to all my mods. My mods are only gonna say once to be respectful in the chat. It's New Year's, so people are gonna come in drunk, crazy. Ah, on speed. I don't know. Who knows? But be respectful in the chat. That's all I ask. Ask questions, give commentary. We're gonna check out Paramount Tactical. Shout out to him. For especially for retweeting my posts and giving me a shout out on Twitter X. That was awesome. Feel pretty good about that. But of course, he's doing great work. He's done an interview on that fool, Mitch Snow. His estranged wife interview with Paramount Tactical. So kudos to that. And we're going to be checking that out. Y'all ready for some Army? Y'all, we got to get into this new year. We got to laugh. Treat people the way they should be treated, the way they're treating others. Candace, you're not entitled to an alibi. Careful. You're just not. I don't care about your cult members getting mad. If these people start suing you, they can hit you with a federal lawsuit because you're violating federal law. And there's nothing your cult members can do about that. Nothing. More than likely, they'll pay her attorney's fees. But they won't be able to stop it. They'll just be mad all day till Jesus gets back. Who cares? Y'all are so crazy. Remind people where they are in your life. What's going on, Dana Hawks? How you doing? Hello. Let's hear some juicy stuff by CO. I don't know if you guys have seen. There's a video that was posted up of her doing an Instagram back on December 16th. And she did like a little. I posted up like a 4 or 5 minute clip of that. Might not even be that long, but the full video was finally uploaded. And I can't even get it into my Instagram account. So, when she's doing all this stuff on Twitter, X Space, and Instagram and all of that, it's not making its way over to YouTube from her channel. So other people have, generously given us the opportunity to see this by uploading those Instagrams and X Space Live videos on YouTube. So we're going to check that out. And this was done back on the 16th. Ja. Happy New Year, Leslie. How you doing? Oh, man, let's get some comments in here. Saint, I have been disowned. No, you haven't. I watched your wrench card. I got to give Saint a wrench back. I was like wondering what's going on with your wrench here. Why don't you have a wrench? It's like, no. Yeah, make sure my mods are cool. I can't believe it. Did you change like part of your username? How do you not have a wrench? Oh no, Saint, I see you up in here as managing mod. So yeah, that's how I know who, if it's if it's my unless you're in the second account. This is crazy. You just putting up a wrench next to your name. my mod, Saint Center, has the username is slightly different. And since you can't replicate it, then it is what it is. I just want to make sure. That's how I make sure. I want to make sure. All right, cool. So happy New Year's to all of you all. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Y'all hit the like button coming in. Hit the like button. Oh, we got fireworks going on. So shout out to Gary. I know, right? I appreciate it. Shout out to all of you all. Hope you guys, have some great things in store. We're gonna be at it. We're doing this live, y'all. It was because I was on your other channel. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure. I gotta sit you up over there. If you want to be a mod over there, I can make you. I have a second channel, you all, Lady Luck Club with Sweet Tea. So make sure you guys check that out. But if you want to be a mod over there, just let me know. I'll set you up over there. Okay, here we go. Because I was about to be concerned for a minute. Where's Laura? What's going on? What's going on, Moki? Leslie? Y'all, let's get started. Okay? Let's have some fun. start this off with Ami Kozak. Make sure you guys go check him out. Let me put the link to his video in the chat. And if I can get one of the mods to please drop his YouTube channel link, that would be awesome. I'm down. Let's do it. Okay, cool. Make sure you email me and remind me so I can do it because I have to switch over to be able to add you on. So yep, y'all. Ami Kozak, Candace Owens interviews her source. It's about to get good. Please say something about boys club in it.
All right, you guys. The battle rages on as we continue to find out the truth, and we know that this is spiritual. I've been praying on this. I've been dreaming on this, and I've been dreaming about praying on this, and praying about dreaming about this. And what keeps coming up in my prayers and in my dreams, so I know they're real, is Fort Huachuca. Fort Huachuca, which is similar to Fort Huachubaca. We all know Huachubaca refers to Star Wars, which is interesting. I find that interesting. Created by none other than George Lucas, who used to work with Steven Spielberg, who's a prominent Zionist in Hollywood. And we all know who controls that. Who controls that is, we can't say it, Zionist. George Lucas made Star Wars, which had a character in it called Chewbacca. Chewbacca, which is very similar to Fort Huachuca. I just think there's something there. And I can't get it out of my mind or my prayers or my dreams where I speak to Charlie Kirk in my dreams that are real. And so today we have another source, another witness to what's been going on. And as I've said and have continued to say, I go by my sources. I go by the truth. And I'm sorry, people don't like that. People get upset about that. I don't know why you get upset about that. This is an ongoing investigation. It's an ongoing investigation, and I'm continually compartmentalizing the story, because otherwise we know the feds will bury it. So today we have a source that I'm going to interview that's going to tell us the truth about what he saw at Huachuca, because I don't like liars. And so let's bring on to the show Charles Ramsey to hear about what he witnessed firsthand.
I love it.
At Fort Huachuca. I'd like to welcome. Hi, Charles. Can you tell us what you saw?
I heard screaming. I meet my McDonald's. I come outside. I see this girl going nuts, trying to get out of her house. I go on the porch, and she says, "Help me get out. I've been in here a long time." So, I figured it's a domestic violence dispute. So I open the door, and we can't get in that way because how the door is, it's so much that a body can't fit through, only your hand. So we kick the bottom, and she comes out with the little girl, and she says, "Call 911." My name was Amanda Berry.
It's interesting. Her name was Amanda Burry. Charles, what else did you see?
I'm like, I'm calling the 911 for Amanda Berry. I thought this girl was dead. You know what I mean?
And Charles, if you could just, did you see anything to do with Israel or BB? Like, what else did you see there? And did something feel odd or strange to you about what you saw in the meeting that took place there?
I ain't just the only ones. It's some.
Y'all, this dude keep burned. The perm is something else. I mean, let me get this. Oh shit! Ow, my stomach hurt. He can't make this. Wait, it's still clip. Y'all, this dude got a bad perm. Oh, dear Lord.
Hey, what else did you see?
I'm like, I'm calling the 911 for Amanda Berry. I thought this girl was dead. You know what I mean?
And Charles, if you could just, did you see anything to do with Israel or BB? Like, what else did you see there? And did something feel odd or strange to you about what you saw in the meeting that took place there?
I ain't just the only ones. It's some more girls up in that house. So they went up there, 30, 40 deep. And when they came out, was just astonishing, because I thought they were going to come up with nothing. I figured, whoever she was. And like I say, my neighbor, you got some big testicles to pull this off, bro, because we see this dude every day.
And you know who else might have big testicles? We know who else might have large testicles. In fact, it's Brigitte Macron. But more on that story. I just find that interesting.
Bro, I knew something was wrong when a little pretty white girl ran into a black man's arms. Something is wrong here. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. Just know that we are with you. We're praying for you and praying with you. And we are going to start a fundraiser for you. And any more information, any more leads that you have, please send our way to mommysleuths@CandaceIsDesperate.com. I want to thank
Candace, you can kick rocks. This is funny as hell. Mommy slews at Candace's death. Yeah. Oh, dear Lord. Boy, he cuts that girl in half every single time. You can't make this. Candace. You're scorching her.
Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. Just know that we are with you. We're praying for you and praying with you. And we are going to start a fundraiser for you. And any more information, any more leads that you have, please send our way to mommysleuths@candacesdesperate.com. I want to thank Charles for coming back on. He is going to be a regular guest providing more intel as we get to the bottom of this story. And Candace, darling, so it's time for your medicine. No, you have to take it, dear. Please. No! Please. Would you like some help, son? Pull her in. Not me. Really, George?
Dead giveaway.
Yo, that was so.
All right, you guys, the battle rages on as we continue to find out the truth.
Oh, God. Wait a minute.
For sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. Just know that we are with you. We're praying for you and praying with you. And we are going to start a fundraiser for you. And any more information, any more leads that you have, please send our way to mommysleuths@candacesdesperate.com. I want to thank Charles for coming back on. He is going to be a regular guest providing more intel as we get to the bottom of this story. And Candace, darling, so it's time for your medicine. No, you have to take it, dear. Please. No! Please. No! Would you like some help, son? Pull her in. Not me. Really, George?
Dead giveaway.
Yeah.
This
Candace.
signaling that like there's a lot.
Yeah, you can. You gonna keep catching it. Happy New Year's, y'all. Oh, Candace. We've seen you in action when it comes to this medication thing wearing off. You start scratching in places that's not normal. I've never seen a woman scratch her chin the way you do. It's just so weird. Why is that part of your body itching? I get like neck, because of the hair, or maybe like the part around the ear or something. Who knows? The arm, your kneecap. You scratch the bottom of your chin. Like it's something there. And you're just trying to hide it and cover it up. Like, you can't make this up. Oh, Boys Club showed up in the video, you all. Oh, man, that was perfect. That was absolutely perfect. Oh, my good Lord. Candace, you can kick rocks. Be mad till Jesus comes back. We don't care. Well done, Army. Well done. And then Boys Club shows up at the end talking about it's time for your medicine. Oh, this is priceless. Oh, man. Yeah, all right. We got it. A good laugh. We needed that. We all needed that, because here's what we got coming up next. So, in the spirit of laughing, well, let's keep that laughing spirit going. That joyous spirit, because weirdos are telling me I should be so damn giddy. How dare you be happy? How dare you not kick rocks? I don't even know what to say. How do you respond to that? You get mad at somebody for being happy and giddy. Child boo. I'm not Candace Owens. Don't see him. Don't do that. I am not Candace. Child, please. Be happy and giddy. You better be, or you'll be walking around mad, angry, and having a migraine, questioning, why is it that your hair has grown 2.3 inches longer in the last 3 weeks than it was, 3 weeks ago? Thanksgiving, your beard was this long and now it's this long or this short. Can you explain that hair growth or hair loss? Is that like stupid stuff? Like, no. Can you read a book? Go get lost. Oh, child poo. Honestly, I would have just been flat out. Can you go to hell for a little while? Let us know when you're leaving, and let us know when you're coming back, so we can all be prepared for this. You can't make this stuff up. The candy ass cult members, they're showing us even the more by having a disregard for federal laws, thinking that their cult leader has somehow obtained a license or certificate to do anything regarding an investigation. and she won't even show us a degree in journalism and English. They don't even demand that. Yeah, she got asked about it one time, and she still has yet to present the actual degrees. Because Candace, it's the little lies for us. The little lies that keep growing into these mountain-sized lies that's now becoming planetary lies that's somehow going to be absorbed by the sun soon. Can you just be honest for once and just produce some evidence? Tomorrow we'll have a new word of the month. It still might be something along the lines of facts or truth or documents. Like it just seems like the term is the definition of the terms, I guess, that go over their heads. But yeah, evidence matters here. So this is crazy. Shout out to Can We Talk About It podcast, who posted up this video, and it has over 109,000 views. This is from her Instagram, I think. So I'm so glad this channel uploaded this video. And it didn't even take much. I appreciate this. This is good. So we can check out the whole thing. I'm sure it's going to be more of the same, but it is what it is. So it's just, oh man, that was too funny. Oh no, somebody say, are you jealous much? What anybody be jealous of? Are you jealous? You seem jealous. I think you're jealous. You're jealous of the Lady Luck Club being able to laugh at your cult leader. I'm going to keep doing that. Happy New Year. Keep at it on me. Appreciate it. Jealous of who? Child. Her cult members are going to be on one tonight. They kind of mad because they're coming over from Twitter X. they mad as hell. I don't care. They're the same ones that sit here giving this fool Mitch Snow $145,000. And they will not know exactly how that stuff gets spent. They will not even ask for a ledger or, some sort of invoice from an attorney to cover these legal fees Candace said it was supposed to be covered. Yeah, they'll never see a receipt for that. So these are the same people that just giving somebody some money simply because she said to give it. Then they talk about jealous. Hell no. I don't have to give up my check to nobody because somebody said so. Nope, nothing to be jealous of. That girl is being sued by a whole president. Why anyone would be jealous of that, God knows. But I'll let you and God go figure that out. You can't make this up. All right, y'all, let's get to this. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button. It's 11:43 p.m. Eastern Standard Time where I am. And we're almost 17 minutes away from midnight. And for 17 minutes away for ushering in 2026. But if you've already hit January 1, Happy New Year's to you all. Let's get to this. Let's keep laughing.
A lot of people that are like, there's no way, Turning Point's a good organization. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I came up through Turning Point, and I know, like any other organization, you get a lot of rotten eggs. And I think that with Charlie gone, there's obviously going to be a concern. And I did stress, and I use the example of Tyler Boyer. I'm like, this is a person that it's like an open secret what he's into. And you guys are signaling that he's a part of the family. What am I supposed to make of that? Is that just bad judgment? Or is that like kicking the can down the road? Or is it kind of overt, we're going to protect bad people? This is all the stuff that I said. Trust me, I said everything that I have said on the show. I just didn't want to give you a 4-hour podcast today about everything. Okay, let's see. I have one more questions.
You enjoy my 4-hour long
questions. Okay. Is there information that you absolutely cannot discuss? No, there is not information that I absolutely cannot discuss. That's why I'm saying ask me anything that you want right now. Does Erica still want you to stop? Did she explain herself? Yeah. So Erica said that the reason that she told me to stop was because of the way Barry set up the question. And so she was basically saying stop, that's it. And then there apparently was a lull, which could have been edited. And Barry kind of wanted her to say more, but she didn't say more. That's what she told me. This person said, do you believe that the world can trust Erica and trust Turning Point USA? I don't think that we can trust anything until we figure out what happened.
Okay. So while she's still not figuring that out after almost 4 months later, I would love to hear from Erica Kirk, her actually telling you why she says stop. Because, this is what happens when you don't say stop, Candace, because you're going to taint the jury selection or something to that extent. Now she's demanding alibis because, in her alternate reality where they're just sitting around being high as hell all day, She actually believes that she's a licensed certified investigator of the federal nature or a criminal investigator. And then the goons around her pump her up to believe that. And then they get upset when you say, here are laws, and then here's what other people are able to do, utilizing these laws, such as filing a federal lawsuit because she's asserting this false authority on people, having them believe that they actually owe her a response for an alibi. Because no judge or jury cares about what Candace Owens thinks. Now, what they do believe is that her rhetoric is wacky and stupid. And this is coming from the defense attorneys representing Tyler Robinson. You would think they would be able to take all of this, doubt nonsense and conspiracy theories and try to make reason of it to invoke reasonable doubt. But no, they said even for them, they can't even use it. It's so wacky and stupid. They're just like, we cannot even pay that 2 seconds of attention. Candace, if you don't care about the actual investigation going on with the Utah State Attorney General that you admitted to is spearheading that investigation that you already said you don't care about, then why say or do anything to taint the jury pool selection? And now you're at a point where the defense attorneys are saying, even for them, you and your cult base are so wacky and crazy with these dumb conspiracy theories, they can't even find it useful. So even if you are trying to get Tyler Robinson off, which it just, we all have the right to assume that in the absence of evidence, they can't even take all this crap coming from you and your cult to actually utilize to help get him off because it's that dumb. It's stupidity on steroids, It's just the cult-like nature of it all. You can't make this stuff up. They're not in the mood to tap into your alternate reality. I'm not even telling Candace to shut up. I'm just saying no one owes her an alibi. You can ask questions until you're blue in the face. No one has to care. That's the problem. And you actually think people are supposed to care about you asking questions, Candace. No, we don't. Because the judge and jury will not care either. So this is what we are, people. Candace thinks she's more important than what she really is, and she keeps invoking herself into something she's already said she doesn't care about. It's so ridiculous. The hypocrisy of it all, Candace.
That day. That's why I said I'm not voting until we figure this out. And this weird peer pressure that we all need to vote and just keep focusing on politics and support conservative organizations. And it's like, no, because to me, if this is covered up and we don't get a clear answer, and when I say a clear and convincing answer, I don't mean $1 billion campaign spent on influencers telling you that the answer is clear. I mean, we all look at each other and go, yeah.
Aren't you supposed to be looking this up? This is your research skills of piss poor. Candace, you are bad at this. You're bad at this. You're supposed to be researching that information and then presenting that and telling us who pulled the trigger until we figure this out. It's been 3.5 months. You've got over 5 because your cult members don't, they don't care about reminding me that you have all these subs. So I don't really give a damn, but whatever. But it speaks to the fact that you do have over 5 million supporters on your channel. And all 5 million of you and your cult base, your subs, still can't figure out one thing. Wouldn't that speak to their intelligence? LLC? To me, that just kind of speaks to her level of intelligence, right? Her and 5 million people after 3.5 going on 4 months. Think about this. They're still confused and they're still asking the same questions they've been asking since September 10th. That goes to show Candace has not researched a damn thing that is viable. Because why are you still asking the same questions? Your research should be answering those questions. You're asking everyone else these questions and then you get mad when you get an answer. Y'all see how that works? This is what happens when you go back and forth. She's asking these questions to the public and the public is answering. And she's still not happy with it. So stop asking the same questions and then go get the actual information yourself. Answer your own questions, Candace. That's what research is all about. That's what a good journalist would do. You go out and you create your questions, you outline it, and then you go out and get the evidence and the documentation to answer your own questions. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. Start with that. The 5 W's. I'm giving you this information for free, girl. Because obviously you didn't learn this in school because you can't produce a degree. So start with the 5 W's and how. And then you tell us what you come across in your research. You don't have to ask anybody that you don't trust. It's stupid. You don't trust the feds, then why pose questions that's to the feds? It's stupid. Answer your own questions. Go do your research. 5 million people over there in Candyland should be able to come together and help answer some of these questions here so you all can stop asking us because you don't like our answers. You see, this is how we get out of this loop for 2026, Candace. That's how you break the cycle. Answer your own damn questions, girl. It's helpful. You can't make this stuff up. Candace, you think you have a way with words? Child, please. And I don't even think your intellect allows you to be able to understand basic things on a fundamental level. Don't get mad when you get answers when you're still asking the same questions 3.5 months later. It's insane. It's insane. Y'all hit that like button.
Yeah, like 100%. We saw him pull the trigger and that's it. It's over. And I, even in that regard, even if I actually saw Tyler Robinson pull the trigger, and I don't think he did, and I haven't moved 1 inch on that opinion, but even if I did actually see him do that, I still would not think he acted alone. So I don't think.
Candace, just say that. Just say that. She's seen the evidence. She's seen the videos of him scaling down the building with the gun and the towel. She's probably seen, because she said she herself have obsessed over all the video footage of the day Charlie Kirk was shot. That means you've at least seen, from the way you put it, at least, let's say, a good 30 different angles from 30 different videos of how he was shot. One of the videos have to have something showing you Tyler Robinson on the roof, laid down with the gun, and then getting up and then scaling down the side of the building, because that's exactly what happened. Because here in this reality on Earth, we have to go by what we see in the videos. That's going to be used as evidence in the court of law. So you've seen that. Or why else are you obsessing over all these videos again? If you're not going to believe this stuff is real, I guess, then why even watch all this stuff? You know, Barney the dinosaur would be probably better suited for you, girl.
That we should just be moving on and trusting everybody. That doesn't make any sense to me. There's no way that Erica could know that organization this quickly. Like, there's 650 employees, and someone was assassinated in broad daylight, and people are telling lies. People are telling lies. We're going over the lies,
you haven't
like
proven
on the show live. So I don't get how anybody could trust the situation right now. This person says,
what's
one thing you learned that you didn't know prior? I mean, there's a lot of things I learned that I didn't know prior. I think probably the part that we discussed about the magic bullet, them saying that, you know, Andrew was kind of flying rogue and just did that.
Huh?
And I will say I struggle with that one a lot.
Wait, she said that she didn't know about the magic bullet before. What, Candace? It's a very specific question. What do you know now that you did not know before? Let's go back. She said the magic bullet.
Thing you learned that you didn't know prior. I mean,
what did you learn?
A lot of
you
things
know
I learned that I didn't know prior. I think probably the part that we discussed about the magic bullet.
What part is that again? You know, because words matter, Candace. What part is that again? Does anybody know that? Like, what part is she talking about? Is she speaking of the bullet fragmenting? Shattering the cervical spine, going down? What part of this magical bullet did she not know about before that she learned about? Candace, you should be able to be specific. Either you were zoned out or high as hell in that meeting with Erica Kirk for 4.5 hours, or you were actually listening and paying attention. Which one is it? How much this stuff went over your head, girl? Oh Lord, you can't make this stuff up.
them saying that, Andrew was kind of flying rogue and just did that. And I will say I struggle with that one a lot. I struggle to believe that because first and foremost, how on earth, like we'd have to believe that first off, the surgeon, who's a professional, who works at multiple hospitals, just thought it was fine to talk to a PR agent who in theory, he shouldn't have even seen Andrew, right? Like I said, Andrew gets there later. I'm assuming the surgeon didn't just wait around to hold hands. That's not what surgeons are supposed to do. They should be working on the next patient, whatever it is. Okay, he had to have had permission because otherwise, doctor would be like, who are you? Like how, especially when there were so many people looking.
Yeah, he had permission, Candace. It's called consent. In the language of the hospital. Because we all know she's an alien. She said this herself. We're going with that. Candace the alien does not understand, I guess, medical terminology. It's called consent. So if the next of kin, being Erica Kirk, the spouse that Charlie Kirk actually married, not you, is there, and she's okay with the doctor discussing certain things about the autopsy report, medical information, more than likely in her presence, then why are you having an issue with that? So let's say that Andrew COVID should not have known about anything going on with the autopsy report. Guess what, Candace? Neither should you. It doesn't change the fact that you're not entitled to know either. There's not going to be a swap out here. You're not going to sit here and say, instead of Andrew COVID knowing, why didn't I know? You're not entitled to know. And you disseminating the medical information that you did that without consent. You did not get permission from Erica Kirk to post that stuff up. And the hospital staff that sent it to you should have been fired a long time ago for violating HIPAA privacy laws. Because those are federal laws as well. This is somebody that's above the rule of law in her world, in her alternate reality.
For information, I would imagine the doctor would have been on high alert. So I feel like that we're not getting the truth of that conversation. Like more happened. There was some sort of facilitation between that conversation. That's weird. And then you have to believe that not only did Andrew fly rogue and call the surgeon, and the surgeon violated HIPAA to talk to Andrew, but then on top of that Andrew then was like, I'm going to tweet this and I'm going to put quotation marks because I remembered from memory what the doctor said.
Does she understand how HIPAA privacy laws work? I don't think she understands how laws work, period, but definitely not HIPAA privacy laws. The next of kin, Erica Kirk, is the one that will give consent. So the doctor did not violate HIPAA privacy laws if he got consent from Erica Kirk to have this discussion with Andrew COVID. Because if the doctor violated HIPAA privacy laws, that doctor would no longer be working at the hospital. And Erica Kirk would have ensured that. His wife, he actually married. She would have made sure of that.
Said. I'm just like, that's a lot of stuff that had to have happened. And I don't know. I don't know anything. I feel like there's a little bit more of that story. No. This person said, did EK comment on the Egyptian planes following her? I've talked about this on the show. We're going to get more into the Egyptian planes tomorrow. She definitely seemed receptive to it. I'll say that.
No,
she was definitely receptive to it. And there's no way not to be receptive to it because it's true. It's happening. This person.
No, that means she sat there and listened. It doesn't believe she believed it, Candace. She was open to listening to you talk about it. Does not mean that she actually accepted that to be fundamental facts of anything or noteworthy. More than likely, as soon as you said it, she forgot about it because she didn't care.
Are you now paid by Israel? No, it's Qatar. It's always Qatar. This person says, did you find it strange that Erica had a Charlie's phone during the investigation? I forgot to mention on the show today. I did ask whether or not the feds took Charlie's phone, and they didn't. I think the feds are involved. I've been pretty clear about this. Like, I hope you guys
the feds are not spearheading the investigation. Utah State Attorney General is. So why would they take her phone? Why would the FBI take a phone for the investigation they're not spearheading? They're really there for support, basically to help kind of gather information if needed. There are whole investigators in the state of Utah that work alongside the Attorney General's office, Candace. that are very well competent and able to gather evidence. Whether the FBI is there or not is irrelevant. It's not the FBI's investigation. It's not their case. The jurisdiction goes to the state of Utah. So who cares if the FBI wanted somebody's phone? I wouldn't give it to them either. For what? They're not spearheading the investigation. So pick one, Candace, because you know, we all know you speak in circles because reasons. So if you're going to say that Erica Kirk should have given the FBI her phone, the feds her phone, and Charlie Kirk's phone, then that's you admitting that they actually are spearheading the investigation. Otherwise, why would she be expected to give the phones to them? How about, better question, did she give the phones to the Utah State Attorney General's office, the prosecutors, and the investigators in the state of Utah? You see how she sits here and keeps things so vague and ambiguous? She doesn't address the reality of this investigation. Who cares if the feds wanted it? That's not their case. It's so ridiculous.
The feds are involved. Like, I just believe this in my soul that the feds are involved in this. There are some things that I have not said publicly because there was only one person who would know this and they would lose their job.
Oh,
Let me
dear
put it
Lord.
this way. I am like 99%.
Oh, God, let's pause. It's 12:02 Eastern Standard Time. Happy New Year, you all. If you guys hear the boom in the background, it's fireworks. Happy New Year to everyone that is in this time zone. Some of you guys are still, an hour or two, maybe 3 behind. It's okay. It's cool. We'll make sure we, yell out Happy New Year on the hour every hour. How about that? That way we cover, including Utah time, because Candace made that a thing. So if you're living in the Utah time zone, we'll make sure we give you a shout out as well. Oh man, that's where Candyland is. It's stuck in Utah time zone. You can't make this stuff up. Happy New Year to all of you all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button for me. I appreciate all of the support. And you guys, listen, we hanging out. We having some fun. The only thing you can do at this point is either sue the hell out of Candace or laugh at her and not with her. Just laugh at her because that's it. This is so crazy. Shout out to all of you all. I'm just trying to make sure I get some comments up. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Let's see here. Why? Because she didn't laugh in your face. You think she took you serious? Exactly. I forget when this video was. This weird video was. It was December 16th. Love you, LLC. Love you guys as well. Thank you all so much. You guys are awesome. Shout out to my mods. Happy New Year. You guys set some goals. Make it a point to laugh at least once a day. Watch some comedy. Give yourself a brain break from this stuff. I have to report on, and provide research on other topics. Candace is not the only thing I talk about. It's the only thing that her cult members will watch. So, so much for that. But we do have other content in the Lady Luck Club. Take some time to peruse through. I'm sure there is something that you will find intriguing and entertaining even that is not related to Candace Owens. So check out the playlist, you guys. I appreciate all of you all. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Drop a heart or number in the chat once you do so. If you guys are watching the New Year's show, let us know what you're watching. I believe that New York dropped an apple or something like that. Yeah, who knows? But let us know how you're celebrating. Be respectful in the chat. Thank you so much, Francisca. Shout out to my mods. This is the only warning that the cult members get because no one cares about your temper tantrum. I don't. I always have to give this heads up because it seems like, the bots keep changing their user profiles. You enter my chat at your own peril. So once the mods say be respectful in the chat, they're not going to repeat themselves. They're just going to start timing people out. All right. So give some respectful commentary here because I want everybody to be able to participate and be engaged. We're going to get the Paramount Tactical next. And I know he's big on that as well. And I want people to be able to ask questions. Sometimes comments get lost in translation because you got all the nonsense flowing. And then people who actually have legitimate questions or are trying to make a legitimate point sometimes it kind of gets lost in translation. So, let's engage in healthy commentary and debate. Nothing wrong with debating. Nothing wrong with challenging each other. Nothing wrong with disagreeing. But it certainly should not require, some nonsense and buffoonery. All right. So let's get back to it. Happy New Year.
Sure, the feds were involved with what happened on that day. That's where I'm at personally. Okay. I don't even question that. Like, that's not even something that I'm willing to play the game with. The Cash Patel, what did he know? Where did he know? So now for me, it's like how many people at Turning Point knew that. And I have bad feelings about a lot of people that are there. I should say a lot of people. That's not fair. A lot is me being dramatic, but I have some bad feelings about people that are there. And especially when their stories start to run into each other, like we've shown, it's not good. Because it's like, what's the point of telling small lies, right? Like, I thought it was weird that like Elizabeth got cut out of the story of Mikey's first phone call when they were all so insistent that was like a military maneuver, This person says,
Candace, when you going to show us your degrees again? Because, you say you had 2 of them and we're still waiting on you to prove it. Can you post that up? I mean, it doesn't even have personal identifiable information on it. It'll only show your name, the name of the school, maybe the dean, the president of the schools that signed off on it, your field of study, the type of degree awarded, the date it was awarded, maybe a seal. It doesn't give a date of birth or an address or phone number or anything that's personal to you. No one's asking for your social security number. That's not going to be on the degree. So why not show a copy of your actual degree? Might come in a nice little folder or some sort. That's if you have one, girl. I'm just going to go on the limb and say you don't.
Are you not being paid by Israel? Did you ask about Pierre DuPont? I had already asked Justin Strife about Pierre DuPont. And he said that he did not know Pierre DuPont. And I had asked that before we had ever even sat down. I did not ask Erica about Pierre, which I should have done. And I had a list of questions.
No, you didn't, because it's irrelevant. Who's Pierre DuPont again? You see, Candace, that's how little importance that he has in this equation. Most people probably don't even remember him.
I did not think to ask her about Pierre. I should have done that. I can still do that, though, because the lines of communication are open. So there you go. Is there anything that Erica said that you didn't believe? I think I kind of just answered that question. I struggled with, I struggle with the Andrew Colbert tweeting that by himself. Like, it's pretty standard. Non-doctors know that you have to speak to next of kin. And
Erica Kirk is next to kin. What makes you think she did not give consent? Once again, it's a very obvious and basic fundamental fact that the next of kin would be, in this situation, the spouse. Who told you she did not give him consent? Like, who said that? You're assuming that Andrew Colbert did not have consent. But if she gave him consent, it is what it is. No one's forcing you to believe it. But it's pretty basic. It's like you're admitting that there has to be some level of consent, even though you didn't obtain it before you posted up that EMR snapshot and that email of standard protocol on how hospitals handle high-profile individuals, patients. So somehow you didn't understand how HIPAA privacy laws work when you posted that crap up. But with Andrew Colbert and this surgeon, all of a sudden, magically delicious, you know how this HIPAA privacy law works. You can't make this stuff up. It's the hypocrisy for me, Candace. The big ass lies that you tell through being hypocritical, lying by omission, terms that you've used against everyone else, but not yourself.
And also, I would say the Bibi Netanyahu offer, saying that, she didn't know about that offer.
Huh?
I don't know. Like I said, I'm trying to assume that there are still these Israeli donors who are facilitating this, like, sit down with Barry Weiss, and that's the reason why there still seems for me to be this, like, protection of Israel. That's just how I feel. I feel like the company is interested in protecting Israel's interests, and I do think that there's some Israel angle to the story, and nobody made me think that.
Okay, so TPUSA should definitely sell Blexit so that Candace Owens can be reassured that anything she has something to do with that failed has no ties to Israel. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the TPUSA should sell the hell out of Blexit. 1 in the chat if you think they should sell it. Because I say sell. Sell. I don't care if it's in parts for $1. Sell Blexit. Get rid of it. So that way, nothing that has Candace's signature on it or was even remotely related to her can be connected to TPUSA because Israel. Sell Blexit. Sell it. And of course, put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. But if you believe that TPUSA should sell Blexit, put a 1 in the chat. Let's get that sold. So she can feel even more comforted by the fact that they will not have anything else to do with her or her failed company. Because it was purchased when it was in a negative, Candace, about $1.72 million.
Than Bibi Netanyahu right after Charlie was killed. Do you think Erica is okay? Yeah, I do think she's okay. Are you and her friends? Like, we were never like close friends, obviously, because what happens when you get married is you like focus on your family and your kids. And I started having kids right away with George while him and her were dating. We've always been cordial. We have always gotten along, and we were always very supportive of one another when her and Charlie were dating, when her and Charlie got married. And I do think she's okay. I think, something that she did say, which I mentioned on the show today, was that her and
why are you slurring your speech?
Her, the way that she copes is by working, like a workaholic, like throwing herself into work is.
Candace, you can't even stay off social media for 2 weeks solid. Why are you slurring your speech, girl? Yeah, you're just kind of slurring through these words. Why are you slurring? Don't try to listen to this when she say on the show today. It just kind of slurs together.
And I do think she's okay. I think, something that she did say, which I mentioned on the show today, was that her and like basically that like her, the way that she copes is by working, like a workaholic, like throwing herself into work is like a form of grieving for her, which I think a lot of people had questions about that. I didn't ask her a question about that. She kind of offered. Actually, how did that come up? She didn't offer it. There was
probably because she's sick of you trying to make it seem like you have to dictate how she grieves. You and your dumb coat. So she probably felt it was necessary to say, listen, you tackling the way I grieve here. You can't dictate that because Candace, you don't. It's the control for you, girl. You heifer. You don't control everything. You certainly cannot control someone else's method of grieving. A lot of people bury themselves in their work when they're grieving. There's statistics on that. You can Google that information. Because a lot of this stuff can be factually proven. So you can Google what is the percentage of people that find it to be easier to grieve by, involving themselves in work. By having that job or whatever they're doing for work to be a distraction. You can get the numbers on that. That's not something you have to make up off the top of your head. That's a fundamental fact that's out there that can be researched and looked up online. It is very common for people to do that. So you're attacking her for grieving the way she grieves, because she's not a robot or your cult member. You don't control and dictate that. No matter how much you try. You can't.
Something that I said, and then she was like, well, I can explain. I can't remember. I genuinely can't remember. I don't want to butcher it and put words in her mouth. This person says, let me scroll down here.
I don't want to put words in her mouth.
Killed Charlie. I think she expressed herself, hence the reason why I pointedly asked the question. She expressed, at least what I got from the Glenn Beck interview, was that she believes that it was Tyler Robinson. And I don't see how she gets there. On the basis of the conversation I have with a lawyer.
Yeah, but you have to respect that because that's her opinion. That's what she thinks and that's how she feels, right? Candace, we don't want you to stop talking because you talking, especially in videos and in posts, is evidence that can will be used against you in a court of law when it comes to a lawsuit. So no, keep talking. You're giving people evidence to file a lawsuit against you, but you're trying to dictate that the fact that she believes that it's Tyler Robinson. You don't know how she got there? Well, we don't know why you're still trapped in this alternate reality, but here we are.
I feel even less compelled that it was Tyler Robinson. I was holding on to like the off chance that they had some smoking gun, literally like a smoking gun that we didn't have access to, and we were just like the dumb and ignorant public. That's not true. So I just don't get that. I do not get that at all. Or was I asked to sign an NDA? Clearly not. That's why I'm talking to you guys right now. What about her ties to Romania and the missing kids that she sent to Epstein Island?
What the hell? How did we get here? How did we get to Israel, to Romania, to Epstein Island? This is what happens when you allow your cult to take over your platform. Pay attention, people. This is what it's like for someone who does not understand the art of journalism or research or reading or Google to allow conspiracy theorists to dictate her content and shape her views on things so easily. Like, she goes along with it because she knows I'm going to get millions of views either way in my videos, so who gives a damn? But this is what happens. How did we get here with this Romania and Epstein? How did we get to this point with no evidence? I haven't seen any evidence on that. How did we get to this point where someone's asking that question? What does that have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? Let's just go out on a limb and say nothing. Absolutely
I
nothing.
never heard about kids being sent to Epstein Island. The entire thing about Romania, I have never even covered on my show. So I was not the person equipped to ask any of those questions. I kept telling you guys, like, I was fully locked in on what happened on September 10th. I obviously saw all the TikToks about her mom, about the CIA thing. Actually, her mother did come up. That was interesting. That is actually a very interesting point. I will tell you right now, the most like raw emotion that I have ever seen from Erica was when she was talking about her mom. She could barely get through, because I knew like from Charlie when they got together, like her mom was sick and like because he had sent her over.
Yeah, and yet you still keep talking about her military ties like we give a damn. Candace, you are soulless at this. You're soulless. Why even keep going? All this you're saying right now is not necessary. Why even expand on anything dealing with the mother? Leave her mother out of your mouth. She has nothing to do with this at all. You could literally do research on whatever you're doing and not even have to think about her mom in this. Because that's like us involving your children. First thing Candace would be upset about is, why are you all involving my kids into this? Yeah, same. So you can see how this feels, basically. This is ridiculous. Leave the children out of it. Leave her parents out of it. Leave her mother out of it. Leave Charlie Kirk's parents out of it. I think certain things should just be off limits. You knew she was sick, and yet she felt the need to have to tell you that again because you are bringing up things about her mother that's irrelevant. Her mother didn't pull the trigger on the gun, and anybody with military ties, because you would have already put that person out there if you knew. Or maybe you do know and you're just being evil and you don't want people to know who it is. Because Candace, did you have anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? You or that fool that was on your show? Yeah, he's close to getting $250,000, by the way.
Overseas, I think it was Iceland or somewhere, actually Austria, to try some treatment. And so I knew that her mother had been sick. When she even started talking about her mom, it was the one time that she broke and looked like she was about to cry and like turned really red, like she was trying to keep it together. And I can tell you like that she loves her mom. That I've never seen. Like I would stand that to the end, that Erica Kirk very much loves her mom and she's very close with her mother. Most raw emotion I have seen from her, like authentic raw emotion, was when we brought up the topic of her mom, and that was in relation to, I asked her,
it's like she can't understand emotions.
How she knew Tyler Boyer. That's another thing that's just coming to my mind right now because I'm just riffing at you, but you can't remember everything. I mean, guys, it just happened. It's
No, this is why you need a script, because your riffing is what's effing you up. Candace. Oh Lord, let me get some comments in. This is how ruthless she is. She knows that her mom is sick. And then she still brings her mom into it by trying to connect her and her mother to the military, some military ties of some blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Plus, I'm sure her mother came up because, like now, you're still demanding an alibi. She was with her mother on September 10th at a doctor's appointment. Candace, the hospital has cameras. Security camera footage, here in this reality on Earth. You can't go into a hospital without being caught on a camera. You can also, you can't get the information, but when you go to the doctor, you have to sign in. That kind of gives the indication that you're there for your appointment. So there's a paper trail. You just don't have access to it because you're not privy to it. But if the security camera footage is not sufficient, then who you demanding an alibi and wanting to know what she was is irrelevant, because nothing that she says or does will be good enough for you. And no one's trying to sit here and to please you because you're not paying everybody's mortgage or rent. You heifer. You take care of no one but yourself, your kids, and maybe boys club. So no one owes you that. So whether or not you believe she was there with her mother at the doctor's office, at a whole hospital, who cares? If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. Move on. You should be researching, and telling us for some reason who the shooter is, who pulled the trigger on the gun. All this off tangent distraction nonsense is ridiculous. That's how you know she doesn't know what she's doing.
A half-hour meeting. I took notes. You just got to give me time to like process them.
Oh God.
That's when her mother came up, and she was like, yeah, she loves her mom. Her mother being sick is something that genuinely impacts her.
Candace
why
doesn't
did the conversation
emotions.
have to be private? What do you want me to tell you? That's what I was offered. What do you want me to do? Like,
Record.
that's what I was offered. I was offered public. I said yes. I was offered private. I said yes. I'm going to take whatever I can get. And I hope that.
No, you were offered in person. You said George said no. You never said yes. You just put it on Boys Club to say no. Boys Club said no. I'm sorry. Well, all her, cult members explain to me. All of a sudden, she wants to, pretend like George exists in that house. When it comes to that invite in person in Phoenix to face Erica Kirk live in person, where it could have been recorded and live streamed. But all of a sudden, no, George is the man of the house, blah, blah, blah. Any other time, oh, he just stands behind the camera. And then how dare you say, go make him a sandwich? Like, because she wrote a whole book about it, but she doesn't really care what it means. You can't make this up. So she used Boys Club to say no in person, but yet demanded that it was live streamed and she just be given a link and tapping in virtual. Nah. And Erica Kirk flies out to Tennessee, and I'm just, oh man, I wish she wouldn't have done that. This is what happens when you feed the trolls, people.
We can then have a conversation in the public, that it can be AMA style, and the public can ask all of their questions.
Why didn't you record it?
I don't, if I was in their position, I would do it. I told them their PR has been a disaster. I think their PR, I said, this is a new PR world, and I feel like you guys have been treating the public like they're stupid, and they're not. They're not stupid. They have sussed this, they know this entire situation is suspicious, and I feel like you should just be kind of like dealing more honestly with the public.
No.
This person says, why hasn't Erica protected you regarding the FBI? Oh, that didn't even come up. Honestly, I didn't even think to ask her about like, oh, could you reach out to the FBI for me? Because that's not how it's supposed to work. I pay.
No, Candace, your cult members are asking you questions that are irrelevant. You sent a text message, so you said, to a high-ranking FBI official. Why don't you just post that text message? Unless that's what the intent of this question is, to try to get you to say that you sent that text and then hopefully post it up. Or explain why you did not file a formal FBI complaint. Oh, dear Lord. Let's get to these super. Oh, man, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the $5, for the 5 memberships gifted. Thank you so much, Wyoming Cal. Shout out to my mods. Have the best mods on YouTube. I really, really appreciate you guys. You guys hold it down every single time. Fantastic. Thank you so much. So you guys enjoy those memberships. I had to re-upload the Alex Jones video I did because, YouTube is weird, but whatever. I had to re-upload it, and I made it members only. So we'll see how it does for the first 2-3 good days. And if it's fine, it sits there for a minute, then I'll just let it premiere back to just a regular viewable video for the public. So right now it's sitting in members only. But I appreciate that. So you guys enjoy those memberships. Thank you so much. March on. Thank you for the $20 super. Happy New Year, Miss LLC. Many blessings to you and yours. You are right. Laughter is the best medicine. Thank you so much. Shout out to Ami for understanding his assignment. Okay. Ami Kozak understands his assignment. He has the gift of bringing forth comedy and laughter and relief, and it's definitely healing and soothing. So, shout out to Ami. Thank you so much for the $20 super. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Susie Q, for the $10 super. Happy and blessed New Year. Same to you. Happy New Year to all of you guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I wanted to make sure I just get some comments in, just kind of gauge chat. See a lot of ones. People believing that, TPUSA should sell Blexit. Yeah, at this point, what's the point? They did her a favor by even, acquiring it. So, let's see here. Lawyer says Ami had good video discussions with his experience at Amfest too. Oh, cool. I'll be sure to check that out. Carrie, I'm sorry, says I wish Erica would sue too. Me too. Make it a federal lawsuit because forcing that whole alibi situation and all. The cult sitting here, harassing and bullying people into nonsense as if they're owed something. This entitlement is going to get people effed up. it's really going to get people effed up. They're going to keep effed around with this entitlement and privilege they think they have, and then they're going to get effed up. And then be forced to have to explain that BS to a judge in a court of law. Even if they sue Candace, go after her LLC, Georgetown Inc., and all of her main, cohorts on Twitter X, her team, George, Boys Club. Yeah, get them all. That way people understand you aiding in this behavior can get you just as effed up. That can happen. They can be named as co-defendants. So I agree. I wish she would just sue. Let's see here. Shout out to you, C-Star. How you doing? What's going on, Stacy? I agree. I don't like or trust Megan. Yeah, Megan's supposed to be a former litigator. You can't make this up. I send the videos with Ami. Didn't think you read my comment. Yes, I do read the regular comments too, because I want you guys to feel special as well. Some people just only read the supers, but it depends on how many people in the chat, which is understandable. But I still try to make sure that just the everyday viewer still has the comments recognized. So I just try to go through as many as I can. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Moki said we need to start a class action for all the BS you subjected us to for months. Candace, I'm feeling a bit emotionally stressed right now. Y'all, we all suing for emotional distress for sure. All the times that Ami did not do a video and we still watch Candace and walked away with a headache. I can't even watch her by myself because, PTSD and all. Candace, you have us all traumatized. You can't make this up. If your dog is barking every time you see Candace, it's because the dog is traumatized as well. Candace is traumatizing human beings and pets alike. It's unbelievable. A whole alien somehow has brought so much distress upon humanity. Yeah. Even her cult members will add into that lawsuit if it means them getting some money back. You can't make this. Francisca, shout out to you. Thank you for the £2. Happy New Year, Lady Luck family and LLC. Thank you so much. Y'all make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Let's get back to it. I wanted to just kind of get in some comments with you guys. So let's get back to it. Oh man, come on, Bone
Taxes. The FBI should answer because I reached out to the FBI, and I think it's obvious. It's because I think they're involved, and I think Kash Patel is petty, and that's the reason why they're doing absolutely nothing about me saying that I have information pertaining to foreigners being on the ground that day. They're just not interested at all. Somebody said, did they threaten you? I was absolutely not threatened. Am I safe? Who knows? I mean, I'm fighting like 6 countries, one of them being the demonic entity that is Israel. Probably not, but it is what it is.
No, ma'am. You're only fighting the French president and the first lady, not the entire country of France. I thought you had friends and allies in France. Does she not? So if she's fighting France as a country, because France is a country, then that would just kind of deem all of her so-called supporters over there to be null and void. Because she's fighting the entire country, remember? This is what happens when you generalize everything, Candace. Yeah, we're going to pick it apart.
Person said, do you think Charlie would still want you to apply pressure? Yeah, I do. I do think Charlie would still want me to apply pressure. And figure out what's happening, and that's why I'm doing it.
But he can tell her who the shooter is.
Did you clarify anything surrounding whether or not an autopsy occurred? I already told you guys for a fact an autopsy did happen, so I didn't have that on my list of questions because I had already confirmed that. Was yesterday your first time speaking with Erica since 9/10? Yes, it was. Will TPUSA own up to the lies as much as you did? Will they defend you publicly? That's actually a good question. It was a private conversation. It would actually be great for them to then have it on the show and to own that they lied.
No, it would have been great for you to go out there in person and just got the stuff over with. You could have just did all of that on the actual day they were going to do a live stream. They told you, hey, come on out here to Phoenix. And then you can face all of us in real time, ask your questions. We're going to do our debunking. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. But, and she decided to meet up with Erica Kirk one-on-one. If Candace really wanted to, face Erica Kirk in person on national television, she would have done it. She didn't want to do it, because she's a coward. Candace. She's talking about she's fighting 6 countries. That's hilarious. That means nobody in France is safe.
That would be good to exercise some humility because I feel like I've been public enemy number 1 and all I ever did was tell everybody the truth from day one.
She playing the victim.
Does Erica think Tyler killed Charlie? Yes, I think she's already said that on multiple interviews. Was there discussion around UVU remodeling the crime scene? No, I forgot to ask that question. So that was my bad.
Go to UVU.
Did they address the issues? Also, because I don't know that I should have thought about that, but I feel like that's more like a Fed question. And I was trying to focus on like Turning Point USA questions. Did they address the issues with the finances and taxes? They brought an entire tax document thing for me to look through. I'm not an accountant, which is why I haven't spent much time talking about their finances other than the
you sitting here accusing them of fraud. Your cult members think that $8 million was stolen. You would think you would actually Google how to read a tax document if you're going to go there. You put wolves in finance on your show, girl. Oh, you and that idiot, number 2, didn't even bother to look up IRS tax deadlines for a 501c3 or the definition of endowment. Yeah, I did a whole debunking video. Make sure you check that out on the Candace Owens playlist on the channel. And I literally just pulled up what an endowment is, the various types of an endowment, and why both of them were wrong about it. They didn't understand what it was. You would think she would just say, well, I didn't know what an endowment was. So I just played his video. I trusted he actually looked it up, but he didn't sound like he did. I Googled it. It doesn't match what this idiot said in the video. The end. Because she'll never apologize. This is how narcissists act. When they don't want to admit their wrongdoing, they try to shift it on someone else. But, what do you expect from someone without a soul?
Doge thing, which I was like, that was a weird lie. I don't understand like why Tyler would say that that's like something that he had always done. And they owned that was not something that they had always done. So again, this is the stuff why I feel like we could have benefited from doing a public like live stream because they did own a lot of the stuff. And it, like you said, it has not been owned in a public capacity. This person says, was Erica surprised by anything that she wasn't before? I would say, yeah, she was very surprised on one thing.
Okay, so here's how they contradicted. She just contradicted herself.
Understand like why Tyler would say that that's like something that he had always done. And they owned that was not something that they had always done. So
even with that, he said that's something that was done. They said, no, it's not something that was always done. Why are you still expecting it? Because common sense and logic, words matter, Candace. Why are you and your cult members still expecting it if it's not something that's always done? Either you're calling this Tyler person a liar or you're calling TPUSA a liar. Because the idea is that he said one thing, they said something else, right? So on one side of the coin, Tyler says it's something that's always been done, and then you should expect it to be done, right? Because it's something that they always do. But on the other side of the coin, TPUSA says, no, that's not something we always do. So why the hell are you still expecting them to do it? Whether it contradicts Tyler or not is irrelevant. Because wouldn't the whole point to be to determine whether or not it should be done? If it's something that they don't normally do, don't expect them to do it. It's that simple. Because that's how logic works. Stop hounding them about it. And I say if they do it and they want to, keep from spending extra money on it, they should sell Blexit, and then whatever they get from that sale, then use that money to get an audit or some sort of Doge or whatever. But if it's not something they normally do and you're willing to accept that because it debunks this Tyler kid, then don't expect them to do it. It's that simple. That simple. They don't owe you an audit or your coat. Yeah, I'm here to crush you guys' feelings and dreams and hopes of you thinking you're entitled to things when you're not. Because Candace, you're not paying any expenses over there at TPUSA. They actually decided to burden themselves by taking on Blexit when it was in the negative. But you don't even contribute. You don't donate. You're not a sponsor. So anything going on with TPUSA and the finances, then why does it matter to you? Blexit is still a part of TPUSA. And you're not even concerned about that. Candace got money out of that deal, by the way. Because there's no way they're just going to acquire it. And she's not benefiting from it. Even if it's in a negative. Because it was something that she claimed was hers, right? So here's where we are. But she won't talk about Blexit and the Blexit finances or the tax forms that are available for Blexit. For the 4 years that it was up and running. Why did you spend $553,000 to Optimize Consulting LLC again, Candace, for 1 year? That's $500,000. Why did they get that money? Where's the vendor invoice to show what they did to earn that money? These are the questions that she could be answered as well, since you want to go there. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Again, this is the stuff why I feel like we could have benefited from doing a public live stream, because they did own a lot of the stuff, and it, like you said, it has not been owned in a public capacity. This person says, was Erica surprised by anything that she wasn't before? I would say, yeah, she was very surprised on one thing that I kind of surprised them with that I hadn't said publicly. And I explained to them that it was a very big reason why I am convinced that someone at Turning Point knows more about Charlie's death. I think they were very shocked by that when I told them what that thing was, which was basically that somebody inside of Turning Point told me that. I'm not naming names, but somebody.
Why? You said you would. Did she post up a Twitter X post a couple weeks ago saying she was naming names? Didn't she post a post up saying that? Why isn't the court encouraging her to produce any evidence? You would think they would want her to name names, right? Candace, most of the people supporting you right now hate TPUSA and they hated Charlie. So you would think if you're going to name names that they will be encouraging you to name names. Why isn't the cult encouraging the cult leader to name names at TPUSA again? Yeah, now not forcing her to do that at all. Hit the like button. Thank you. Aren't they governed by a board of directors? TPUSA, yes, they have. The endowment definitely is where the board gets to decide on the investments and invest in the stock market even, so that they can generate a return on investment, and then whatever they generate as revenue from that investment, that's what they put back into TPUSA. So there's a board at TPUSA. If that's what you were asking, the board for TPUSA. I don't know if it was a board for Blexit. This makes no sense. She said she was going to name names. She posted that on Twitter X. Candace, on Earth, that's called hypocritical. And the code is not saying you need to tell us names. We demand you tell us names at TPUSA. You said you would name names. Name them. Now she's saying, I'm not naming names. Why? Now you scared? Candace is an alien now. Name names. Amy says, y'all know that George and Candace only communicates through text. They don't even have a real conversation. According to her, everyone should have text all day. Oh man, yes, she says she's not human, she's alien. ESG said Jim Jones was an alien too. Yeah. If you're gonna be an evil cult leader, don't expect humanity to claim you. That's how I figure. Candace said that herself, though, by the way. Candace says she's an alien and that she's American ignorant. We're just using her words against her. Sarah Kelly, what's going on? Happy New Year. She can call Erica and Charlie's name, but she can't name names. Exactly. Candace, you said you would name names. Oh, how the cult forgets about that. They don't hold her to the fire at all. They do not hold her to the fire. She walked out of that 4.5-hour meeting with Erica Kirk with nothing. Not even an adequate call log from a real phone. She typed some nonsense up. And yet, she still walked away and now won't say names. But that's what she said she would do. So what's the problem? If you're speaking out about what happened in the meeting, Candace, then why be scared about naming names? I'm curious. Why are you afraid to name names at TPUSA, Candace Owens? You heifer. Name names. No one's stopping you, girl. Yep. Khan said, Candace stated that she would be naming names at TPUSA, but she has failed to do so. Exactly. I encourage the cult members to tell their dear leader, you said you would name names. Here's your post you put up. It was about two, maybe 3 weeks ago. You said you found out something that was so horrendous you would be naming names. And you haven't done it. You owe us names. I want the cult to force her to do that. Go ahead, Candace. Do it. We dare you. Name names. That won't bother us at all. Name names, Candace Owens. Do it. Y'all keep at it. You can make this up. What's going on, Sam's? LLC. Have you watched Frank Turek on Dave Rubin where he debunks Candy's lies? It starts about the 5-minute mark. I have not. Can you send me the video link in my email? And we will check it out in the next live stream. Mira says, hi on earth. Let's see. I'm just trying to get up. Candace is not being held accountable. She continues to move the goalpost. Exactly. I would expect the cult members, the candy asses, to hold her accountable, right? She says she's, wired. She's hardwired, something like that. Candace says she's hardwired. And if she doesn't even have any feelings or emotions about Erica Kirk's mother being sick, why all of a sudden is she trying to protect people at TPUSA when she feels that they're a part of something that involves a murder? Because murder is bad, Candace. So name the names. Let's get all the candy asses to, get her to do that. Can't make this up. A whole cult, and they can't even get her to name a name.
The inside of Turning Point told me that Turning Point was involved. And they were kind of jaws on the floor about that. And we're like, okay. And I was like, look, I haven't put information out in the public yet because I am aware of what the ripple effect of that will be. And
what's the ripple?
Also, it could very well be, obviously, in terms of conspiracy. Do we think?
Why are you stuttering, Candace? Speak plain, girl. She says she is very well. She's aware of what the ripple effect of that will be. Do you care? This is so funny. It's like she's trying to pretend like she cares. But you care about something like this, but not about Erica Kirk's mother being sick or Erica Kirk and the children getting death threats and kidnapping threats. You don't care about that. You don't care about doxing people, but you somehow now you care about a ripple effect. But you want TPUSA to be dismantled, didn't you? Because your cult members, they can't stand them. The cult can't stand TPUSA, Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk. They can't stand on them. But you won't name names? And the candy asses still will not force her to do that? Okay.
It could very well be, obviously, in terms of conspiracy. Do we think 650 employees of Turning Point USA are in on it? No. But I think it helped them see that I was being compelled by what I'm being told. And I'm not I have not told the public every single detail of everything that I've been told because I am playing a game of chess. I need to figure out,
every time I hear that, it's just priceless. She is playing in your faces, candy asses. She will not give you names at TPUSA because of reasons, even though she's soulless on everything else. So what's the difference? And yet, she actually thinks she's playing a game of chess. No, Candace, your game level based on your intellect would be like tic-tac-toe with just like fewer boxes. You've got to master the 2x2 column before you get to the 3x3. You can't make this. Candace doesn't even understand checkers.
You know, to separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak.
Now,
and I think we've got
lead
to
a Bible out of it.
So there is that as well. A few more questions here. Darn, I accidentally scrolled to the top here. You guys asked a few times, who do you think? Did you find it strange that Erica has Charlie's phone during this investigation? I find it strange the FBI didn't take his phone.
I find it strange that the FBI is not leading this investigation and you think they should be doing that.
But then I think about it and I'm like, actually, it's not strange because I think the FBI is in on it. So it's like, yeah, I know they did some weird stuff. Starting with in the hospital. I know the feds were there. I've never said that until just now. The feds were at the hospital way too early, in my opinion. And they did some weird stuff. Yeah, camera footage? That, right? I could say more, but I'm just kind of trying to wait and process a few more things.
No, she's just trying to prolong the content. Candace, your coach is growing weary. They have ADHD. They're in an alternate reality where they're probably high on mushrooms 24/7. You got to throw them some red meat. I'm trying to help you out on how to keep your coat in control. To keep your coat in place, okay? Because, you know, this is why you have people just kind of like saying, all right, you know what? Kick rocks. We're leaving. This is I really want her to just drop them names. Do it, Candace. Tell us the names, girl. Can't make this up. Give us the evidence.
This person says... Okay, sorry, I'm scrolling because I realized yes, we asked about the Doge audits. I thought I said something about that on the show today. Why do you trust the call logs? They could have been fabricated. You're absolutely right. They could have been fabricated. But if
they were, she typed it up. They were absolutely fabricated.
Fabricated them to whose benefit? It actually made it seem like everybody lied. So of course they were in fact edited. It wasn't the full call log uninterrupted printed from the website because they wanted to just show me the relevant portions. But
are you kidding?
That's all we had. I would prefer to sit down with Mikey and for Mikey to show me his call logs in person. I'm open to that. Like if I ever get an opportunity to go on their show, I would just be like, can you show me the phone? So
that's not happening, girl. You might as well get over that real quick. I don't know why you didn't make that demand when you were able to face Erica Kirk. You can't make this.
I have the confidence. I can only tell you
he doesn't have to show you his phone.
What I was told.
His private property.
This person says, I told you about the Egyptian planes. You'll have so much more on that tomorrow, so I'm going to skip that. Who styles your hair? Mia, who came with me for the vibes. My cousin, A1 since day one. She can't stand me, but she's always with me. Do you believe that Erica Kirk is skeptical of Kash Patel? That's a good...
Is she joking? She just said her cousin can't stand her. You have your cousin to be intimidating. And it doesn't work because, you still walked away with nothing from that 4.5 hour meeting. So, what's his name? Mikey McCoy? Which one is it? Mikey McCoy. He does not have to show her his phone. That is his private property. In case, for those who don't know. Because the Luxers, we read here in the Lady Luck Club. But for those who don't know, even if you swat and hit someone's phone out of their hands or you throw their phone, you will be charged as if you touched that person because it's their private property. So the penalty for that criminally would be about the same as you putting your hands on that person. So for her to think he's going to show her his private property is absolutely laughable. Candace, show us your call log right out of your phone and not far away from the camera. Share the screen on your phone. Link it up to your laptop. Add it into your pre-scripted, pre-recorded show. Her whole team needs to be named as co-defendants in the lawsuit.
A1 since day one. She can't stand me, but she's always with me. Do you believe that Erica Kirk is skeptical of Kash Patel? That's a good question. I feel that, and this is not coming from the private meetings, this is coming from just public messaging, that they have been trusting of Kash Patel, that they have been like, you know, in communication with him is what I've been told. They've been in communication with him. I find that to be
he's not leading
weird,
the investigation.
because I think Kash Patel is completely and utterly full of shit.
Kash Patel said ditto. Is it Kash? I feel like it should be Kash, not Cash. Kash Patel said ditto. You full of shit as well.
So if she is skeptical, it was not communicated to me. And I didn't ask that question specifically.
Tell you that.
Is Erica interested in the story of the witness that called you the military meeting that he saw in the military base? I think that's an interesting question.
She didn't think whether or not Erica Kirk would care about it, but she did it anyway. Because this occurred, this live stream is from December 16th. She brought the fool on anyway. You know, because at some point she just realized, I'm sick of Lady Luck Club challenging me. So she did it. Candace, you are bad at this. You're bad at this. It's irrelevant. Whether or not Erica Kirk agreed with it or not, or was open to it, that stuff is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. She still brought the idiot on her show and now helping him raise $250,000. So either way, she didn't care how Erica Kirk felt. The dumb questions flowing in this is something else.
I don't feel that I gotta, like, they were not, this was the word, like, agnostic. Like, there wasn't a, like, oh, whoa, that's really weird. And there wasn't a, like, well, actually, I shouldn't say there wasn't a chance to shut it down. What they did was they brought Brian Harpole's, his travel logs from Tokyo. Because remember, initially when I did the episode, I was like, oh, they couldn't have made it back in time for this meeting. I was actually wrong about that because I was forgetting how much time you gain back when you fly back from Tokyo. I think we figured out for this series, I'm not the best at time zones. Anyway, so they had his like travel stuff. And when I have his travel stuff, which is why I said we'll get back into the Camp Huachuca thing later. And it, by no means is it shut down. Like, this is a very strong lead. And I do sense that there was major panic about this meeting. Like, the attacks leveled up, and that's saying a lot because they've been attacking me nonstop. So when they gave me Brian Harpole.
No one's attacking you. We just don't agree. I literally asked to name the shooter because apparently you know more than everybody else. Candace thinks she's the smartest person in the room. That would include all of the clowns that was in that X space. Yeah, she thinks she's smarter than all of you people. So why in the world is it so hard for them to conceive that? She's a narcissist. She's a cult leader. She has to feel like she's the smartest person in the room. So all those people that was in that X space call, just understand, Candace believes that you are dumber than she is, and there is nothing you can teach her. You know, because it's not.
I looked at it, I was like, oh, this doesn't debunk anything. He could have definitively made it, because I explained to them that Brian Harpole, that person who is certain that he saw Brian Harpole, he says, and we're going to have him on the show hopefully tomorrow, he says that he saw Brian Harpole, and that was like around like 7:47 a.m. So he's unaccounted for during those times. What I can tell you is, and I'll show you this tomorrow, like Brian Harpole got back from Tokyo into Dallas early in the morning on September 8th. So that's a full day. He could have been at Camp Huachuca on the 8th. But Brian Harpole, by the way, is calling around, like telling people he's going to like sue me or something, which is weird because he hasn't even sent a cease and desist. He's like talking to Tim Pool apparently and saying weird stuff, and got a message out to somebody else and was like trying to seed. Like, basically, I feel like Brian Harpole is scared of us investigating Huachuca, and so he's intentional.
No, he doesn't care. He just wants you to leave him out of it. Candace, what we're going to do is all of us are going to just tell you what we did for the last 8 hours. I want you all to get as wacky as you can with it. Include the amount of time you spent in the bathroom on the toilet. Like, make sure you tell Candace, I was on the toilet starting at 1:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I was on the toilet and got done. Here's what it looked like. I just get as descriptive as you can. I feel like trolling her with this so-called alibi nonsense because she really feels like she has to know where everyone is all throughout the day. So we should just get on her nerve about it. That's fun for me, Candace. Yeah. We just flood Twitter X where everyone is just telling you, it took me 48 minutes, 32 seconds to eat this meal. I bit 1 second at a time because we got to account for each second. I took one bite and was able to chew within 3.6 seconds. And that went on for 48 minutes. Just so you can have a clear timeline of what I did for 8 hours of my day. Oh man, we should troll her about that. That would be funny.
Signaling to people in the public that he's going to sue me. And when people, as a strategy, don't just like hit you up and say, "Hey, you got something wrong. Here's how you can correct it," but then go the route of like legal threats, they have something to hide. It's very simple to just like shut something down.
Well, actually, they don't. And when you go to court, Candace, guess what? All those court documents are available to the public. So the last thing you want to do is go to court if you got something to hide. Because you expect the courts to be transparent. And plus, you want people to sue you. Remember? Sue me. I want subpoena power. There was a reason why I put that video up. That way people can play that video in court and say, this heifer was asking for us to sue her. What's she talking about? Why are you mad now? You were asking for us to sue you. That way they have a way to show the judge and the jury she wanted this lawsuit. She's the one that's inviting lawsuits into her life. Sue me. I want subpoena power. I want all the smoke. Y'all remember that video? It's on my channel. Yeah, she said that. I even titled the video, Candace said to sue her. When you finally say something and we take heed to that, don't get mad. When they're taking heed to you saying to sue you want subpoena power, then take it like a champion. The hell you mad at? You asked for this. So if they give you what you want and what you asked for, then go to court. You don't go to court saying, I want to maintain privacy. The judge is going to be like, oh, well, you might want to settle out of court because everything that goes on here is going to be available to the public. So that would be the place where you would have a lot of documents come to the light to the public. It's like she wants to pick and choose when she understands how court works. Candace, you've got a whole lawsuit that you're in the midst of. 2, as a matter of fact. Let's not forget about that meme coin scam, that federal lawsuit in Florida. So she's got 2 lawsuits that she's been named as a co-defendant. So of all people, Candace should know if you want something to be broadcast and put out to the public, that it should not be a problem to go to court with it. If you want to keep it private, you don't file a lawsuit. As a matter of fact, she's the one that makes it seem like you can just do a cease and desist, and maybe she'll think about it. Maybe she'll think about your demand letter. But if she doesn't, guess what Candace Owens does? She will file a motion to dismiss because that's the one thing she's scared of. She's scared of litigation. Candace, that's the place to go when you're not trying to hide something. Everything in that courtroom, all those court documents, unless it is sealed and or redacted, will be available to the public. That's not synonymous with hiding something. This is the level of intellect that Candace has, because logic is not a thing for her. How many mushrooms are they smoking in this alternate?
With the truth and say, hey, I saw that you got mixed up. He's trying to like scare me with lawsuits. So I feel like Camp Huachuca is the undoing of everything. Okay.
Oh no, she's scared.
Tomorrow's episode is gonna be very interesting. And so I can say, like, for right now, because we had to put the pieces together and trying to figure out who was there at that meeting. But Baron Coleman's episode really helped build upon the fact that someone very important from DC was at that meeting. And he verified, in case you didn't see it, that this was a high-level meeting. I have people on the base who verified that the windows were blacked out. It was turned into an intelligence operation. Also, that in general, Camp Watch.
That's not a verification, Candace. You know what it is? Camera footage, receipts, flight information, a receipt that you bought a flight. That's actual evidence. That's how you verify. You don't verify simply because somebody said so. That's not how that works. I hope she does get hit with all the lawsuits. That way, they can prove to her we don't have anything to hide, and we'll make sure that the court documents are available to the public. All of it. That includes any discovery about you, Candace. This girl's so dumb.
Chuka is an intelligence base. He stumbled upon this meeting and it could literally solve the entire Charlie Kirk
Happy
case.
New Year.
That's why I said I need to focus my energy on that, because I feel like part of this creating this like war with Erica and people saying this, that, you know, I was beating employees at Daily Wire, and them even releasing like the firing tape. I didn't even discuss this today. The firing tape of Jeremy Boring on stage, firing me and calling me a semi. It feels like they're trying to distract me because it's the last week of the podcast. And I feel like I have to.
Why do you feel like you need to be distracted by that? Why are you letting that bother you if you don't believe that to be true? You know, because you're in an alternate reality. So why even be bothered about anything happening here on Earth? it's nonsense. If you don't feel anything about it, you know, because you're soulless, then why consider that to be a distraction? Candace, do you have anything to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination? We're going to keep asking. Shout out to all of you all who were an hour behind, and you're just now celebrating New Year's. You're coming into the new year. Shout out to all of you. Happy New Year's. I said we would, you know, recognize New Year's every hour on the hour for as long as we're alive. Some of you guys are still, you know, perhaps you're in Utah time. You know, if you're still 2-3 hours behind, it hasn't hit for you yet. So we'll make sure we recognize it. Let's get back to it.
Focus on this. Like, I feel like we could solve it. So if we get any detail about the Camp Huachuca base. So I don't know. That's where I'm at right now. I will answer any questions. Like I said, I'm not convinced by anything. So I'm sorry if you are upset that I took the only opportunity that I was given to sit down and try to get answers and did my best to kind of deliver to you like the high level, low level. I do think it's good that we have communication with Turning Point USA. I think that's a good thing because it allows us to, when we find a lie, to instantly have me.
Whoa. She said it's a good thing that we have communication. Candace, your cult members are going to be mad about that. They don't like TPUSA, remember? They don't care about it. You think it's a good thing to have communication with them? Or are you trying to justify the fact that you were too scared to go face her in person in Phoenix? You know, because coward. I'm just, you know, which is it? Either you can't stand TPUSA or you think it's a good idea to communicate with them.
And did my best to kind of deliver to you like the high level, low level. I do think it's good that we have communication with Turning Point USA. I think that's a good thing because it allows us to, when we find a lie, to instantly have me message Justin and say, hey, you said this or he said that. What's the deal? Like otherwise we're just going, okay, we don't know why they lied. So I don't know. I feel like that I did the right thing on that, like trying to like facilitate a conversation. And I am 1000% open to still having that conversation in public. Maybe now she feels comfortable to do it publicly because she did it privately, you know?
No. She's not stunning you.
Anyways, I guess that's kind of all end it for today. And we will.
Shooting the spine of.
That was the end of that. Let's go back. So, y'all. Pacific time in Washington. Shout out to you. Jen, is it what time is it there in Washington? It's still what, 11? It's 11 o'clock. There you go. Happy New Year's to those that have crossed into 2026. You know, especially if you're not in Utah time. Can't make this out. So I hope the cult members learned something out of this. Tell your cult leader to release the names at TPUSA. Because, you know, she thinks it's a good idea to be in communication with them, right? So if she's in communication with them, she should not have a problem saying names. She should be communicating with them that she's going to do that and give them a heads up. But, you know, she says she's hardwired and all, no soul and conscious and then, so she could just say names. So we'll wait for the candy ass cult members to force her to do one thing for once because you can't make this up. Oh, man. Michelle said Candace hasn't won that case. She tried having it dismissed, but was denied. Oh, yeah. This is, you know, Candace. Oh, we about to check out this the status on this. They have until January 9th to file a response with the Macron case. But the federal lawsuit, yeah, that's still active and pending in Florida with that meme coin. So, Candace, good luck to that. You might want to hire some more attorneys because the ones you've got have got to be stretched thin. They probably are just pulling their hair out right now saying, did she just invite the entire planet to sue her because she wants subpoena power and she doesn't understand what that means? You've got to be getting on your attorney's nerve. I just, I'm going to go on a limb and say she is. Candace. Yeah, please go ahead. Make sure when you get those lawsuits, don't make it hard for people to serve you. You asked for it, so you're going to get what you asked for, girl. Let's get some comments in. Shout out to all of you all. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit that like button for me. Oh, we got some supers here. Let me get to this right quick. Francisca gifted a Lady Luck Club membership to you all. Thank you so much. Shout out to Francisca, to my moms. You guys are fantastic for gifting these memberships. Wyoming Gal as well. I appreciate it. So make sure you thank Francisca and Wyoming Gal for your memberships if you were given a membership tonight. Let's see. We got Pat Brooks. Oh, the $49.99 super. Thank you, Pat. You're awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lady Luck, I hope you have a blessed, happy new year. And same to you. Thank you so much for the generosity, the $49.99 super. I really appreciate it, you guys. Thank you so much for the support. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the Lady Luck Club. We're on our way to 50,000 supporters. And I want to give a shout out to Paramount Tactical before we get into his video for the shout out he gave me on Twitter X today. That felt pretty good. So it just, kind of gives me some sort of reassurance that I'm doing something right. Candace, girl, you and these alibis and all this other stuff, honey. It's a trip. And even then, she didn't tame her coat. They still went after this kid. What's his name? Cabot. They still went after him even when he posted stuff he didn't have to post. Talking about, why is there a difference in how much hair you have on your face? Oh, good God. This is why you don't feed the trolls. Stop responding to her. You see, Candace, no one tells you to shut up. But they also don't have to respond to you. They can leave you in limbo. They don't owe you a response or an alibi. You can assume whatever you want. You're going to do it either way. Y'all so crazy. Caleb said except El Paso. Yeah, we haven't received one viable receipt or piece of evidence from this idiot she brought on her show. Not even a receipt that he went to this Mexican sushi restaurant. Because I'm just curious to know what they look like. She said that she wanted war. She did. Let's see here. Shout out to all of you all. Let me get some comments in. Oh, man. IDK, how you doing? I just had to go back and watch the Ami video earlier in the stream. I am crying. Oh, yeah. Ami, he's the national treasure. He keeps us laughing here. And that's what we need. You gotta break it up. I encourage you guys to, take in other content. Give yourself a brain break from Candace this year. Don't let her just kind of dictate the media. We're gonna debunk her. That's not gonna stop me from debunking her. But I do other content as well, and it helps to break up the monotony of it all. So enjoy some comedy this year. Get in some laughter. Get out and get active. That's what I plan on doing. And make sure you guys are subscribed to the Lady Luck Club. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Daisy said, got my beans sorted and soaking to make ham and bean soup tomorrow, which is actually today. Heading to bed. Have a good night, Francisca. Oh, thank you so much. Have a good night. If you guys got to tap out, I understand. Enjoy your New Year's and celebrate it. We will be also going live on New Year's Day as well. Well, technically later on today, where I am. So, Moki said it's time these people face CRI. Face cry? Is it face cry? Didn't they dox Gary? He said they did. They think they're above the rule of law. and they don't care about cyber crimes. But if Gary or anyone else has been doxxed decided to file an FBI complaint on that, then they'll be upset talking about, oh, you filed a complaint on me. Yeah. You break a law. Here's the consequence. Candace says, sue me, I want subpoena power. She get what she wants and take it like a champion. Like, it's insane. They think that's somehow going to stop him from doing his content. If nothing else, it motivates him to do it even the more. So, I hope he, is able to fight back on that. But the doxing stuff is out of control. But Candace doesn't care. Candace does not care. The Dream said people need to stop responding to Candace's crazy requests to prove their innocence. Erica needs to ignore her. Exactly. I've been saying this, for the last 2 months, that if Erica Kirk responds, she needs to respond through her attorney. Don't even say her name. Respond through your attorney. And let that be the end of that. Don't give her what she wants. Stop treating her like she's a child. She's throwing a tantrum. Candace is a brat. And she thinks she's entitled and privileged when she's not. Erica Kirk should have never responded to Candace Owens without her attorney. If you go out to Tennessee, you should have had your attorney with you. You didn't have to say one word. Let your attorney do the talking for you. And then one way or the other, Erica Kirk can't say, or she doesn't have to say, I didn't say those things. My attorney said it, right? And the attorney would know exactly what to say and how to word this stuff, especially when you're dealing with a narcissist like Candace. I have been saying that for at least 2 months. Do not respond unless you're responding through your attorney. And look what happened. Nothing got solved. If anything, it gave them the green light to go even harder on the BS. The good thing to come out of that is that the defense attorney for Tyler Robinson even called these people wackos. So that's that. But she should have never started responding to Candace. She should have never said her name. Any statements put out, let it be through TPUSA's attorneys or her own personal attorney. That's it. And she should have left it at that. Candace gonna say what she wanted either way. It's so crazy. It says time her and her cult face criminal charges. Gotcha. That's terroristic threatening and harassment. Yep. It is. The cyber harassment, the bullying, the doxing, demanding alibis as if you're a licensed certified federal or criminal investigator when you're not. Impersonation is a felony. We have laws for a reason. Just because they think that they're above it doesn't mean that they cannot be held against it, and they cannot be held accountable for it. So it's just it's so crazy. But they didn't cry about a lawsuit. Can't make this up. Shout out to US Files. Thank you for the $10 super. Happy New Year, LLC, and Luxus finding your channel and the friends I've made in the chat. It's a blessing. Love you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Paul, how you doing, Paul Revere? Candace will look you dead in the eye and tell you she didn't say anything that she said on video. That's diabolical. You're absolutely right. Candace does not have a soul. Candace doesn't have a soul, and she's too narcissistic to understand what it means to be hypocritical. It's just, it gives you a glimpse of who she is. Maya Angelou said it best. If someone shows you who they are, believe them. Candace has shown everybody time and time again exactly who she is. And people are starting to believe that this is who she is. She's soulless. She's evil. She's an unfeeling curd. She doesn't care about anything and anybody else except what she wants, and that's it. I don't have to give her the benefit of the doubt in anything else at all because she does not pay my bills. And people need to start kind of thinking along those lines. If Candace had not done any of this stuff, let's say she never even talked about this, she would be talking about anything else And then whatever supporters she had from that is what she would have. But because she chose to divulge herself into this, investigation and all this stuff that she's not spearheading at all because she's not an investigator. Now there's this huge backlash, but she likes it all. Narcissists think of it this way, and we'll get to Paramount Tactical. But you got to remember, their whole goal is to get attention. They don't care if it's positive or negative attention. The goal is to let me get attention on me. So if it's negative attention or positive attention, in her mind, in her alternate reality, it's still attention. Mission accomplished for her. That's what she wants. She wants the attention. She doesn't like people debunking her, but deep down, she doesn't really care because it's still attention. So if she's going to sit here and do content putting out lies, the last thing she should have a problem with is somebody putting out videos and content debunking her ass because she's still getting the attention. That's what's so crazy about it. But as far as these direct responses and the alibis and all of that from TPUSA, from Erica Kirk, all these other people, no. You got college students at UVU that understood that. And her pattern of the doxing thing, more of a reason why I would not give her any alibi or response. When you're capable of doxing people and putting their information out, you're doing it to humiliate them and to shame them, to induce that fear. You want them in fear of their information becoming public. So you hold that over people's head. It's so evil and soulless. It's not even funny. So that's her way of trying to keep people in check, to try to control someone. You don't give me what I want, I'm going to dox you. I'm going to send my coat after you. They're going to harass you to death. They're going to bully you. All my bots are going to go into overtime. And people feel they have to do it because they're afraid of what would happen if they don't. That's the power they got to reclaim and take back. Unless you're paying my rent, heifer, I'm not telling you a damn thing. Kick rocks. That should have been Cabot Phillips' response. That should have been Evan Kilgore's response, and he's sipping all over the place. You don't pay my mortgage in my home. You don't take care of me and my family. You don't put gas in my car. You don't buy the groceries in my house. You don't have to take care of my kids' education. You don't have to take care of my health care. You don't pay my insurance. You literally do nothing in my household. So therefore, I owe you nothing. That's it. And then they can express themselves however they want. But they can tell her no because they understand they don't owe her anything. Period. It's that simple. And if her base gets out of control, put their asses in check and report them. For the bigger ones on Twitter X that's got all these followers because they're kissing her ass, file a complaint on her. If you're going to sue her, add their asses to it. There are contingencies for all these things. They'll learn the hard way if they don't want to learn the easy way. If they don't want to uphold the law and respect other people's rights to free speech, to be able to disagree, hell, demand evidence from her. If they don't want to do any of that and they think this is one-sided, then they can learn it the hard way. But either way, they're going to learn. And I can guarantee you a bully is only going to come for you when you allow them to, when they think you're weak, when they think you're not going to respond, when they think you're not going to do anything, they're going to keep coming for you. It's that simple. Start suing their ass to see what happens. So, once again, it's what she wants. That's what she should get. So, thank y'all so much. Let's get to it. Hey, Candace, how you doing? Happy New Year. I hope all is well with you. Haven't seen you in a minute. Y'all, where's Laura? What's going fresh? She doesn't need evidence, is my point. Who? Candace? I want to make sure I'm understanding that. Let's see here. Let me get a couple more. All right. La. Pussyfoot says gas $1.95 an hour. Is it? I'm so jealous. Now that I'll be jealous of. You're only spending $1.95 in gas in Iowa? Good grief. That's man. Now I'm mad. Yeah, if I'm gonna be jealous of anything, it'll be that. I would love to see gas prices down to $1.95 in my area. Good grief. Shout out to Iowa for figuring it out. Good job. Thank you, Larissa. Welcome to the LLC family. I appreciate your support. Thank you for that subscription. I appreciate that. Y'all, we're on our way to 50,000 supporters. All right, let's get to it. Y'all ready for some Paramount Tactical with Gary? This is the interview he did with the tax attorney, Robert Barnes. I am going to speed this up for the sake of brevity. So I just kind of want to get the gist of what the main information in this, especially with them discussing the audit and the tax documents and rules and finance with his dumbass over there. So let's get to this. Put a one in the chat where you can see and hear. Let's go. And fast forward a little bit.
In particular, but and then a political commentator and a political bettor. So I've been betting on elections since I was knee high to a grasshopper.
Okay, he gives an introduction
to Ralph Nader, to Alex Jones, to the Covington kids.
Whoa. Okay, here we go.
Again, I want to say hi to our mods, Jason Sponsor. We got Jeff in there somewhere. We got MJM. We got, I'm sure AM is here somewhere. I'm looking through just a whole bunch of comments. I know Disney up, Boiler Up in here somewhere. But we want to say hi to all of you folks that are here to learn and to just hear the truth. That's what we're going to be about on this channel. That's what we've always been about. I'm going to address some of the other things, the supposed controversy over the last couple of days, and we're going to address that head on. Don't you worry about that. But without further ado, we are going to bring on Robert Barnes. Robert, welcome to the show, and thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it. You're muted, Robert. I don't know if we did it or you did it. There you go.
Glad to be here.
Thanks, man. Thanks for coming on. You and I have talked about a couple different topics over the last couple of years, at least about a year ago. I don't even remember what it was, but we're going to do a show, and I don't know, life got busy and we lost kind of touch with that. But I'm really excited to have you on. So if you will, just take a moment for people that don't know who you are. Go ahead and introduce yourself, and we'll take it from there.
Whose video?
Sure. So I'm a constitutional lawyer, done all kinds of trials, civil and criminal, all across the country in different parts of the world. So the represented people all across the political spectrum. Sometimes people don't like who I've represented, and said you don't have to worry about that because my clients generally don't like each other. So everybody from Joe Francis of Girls Gone Wild to Wesley Snipes, the actor, to Ralph Nader, to Alex Jones, to the Covington kids, to Donald Trump, to Robert Kennedy, to people, to the Green Party, the Peace and Freedom Party, the Libertarian Party, the Taxpayers Party, the Constitution Party, sort of all across the spectrum. The only thing my clients have in common is in the cases that they're involved with, they're usually the underdog. They're usually up against the government, the state or the federal government, sometimes up against other powerful institutional interests. I represent Brooke Jackson against Pfizer concerning the COVID vaccine, which was neither safe nor effective like they promised when they stole $2 billion from the American people. So a wide range of cases and controversies over the years. Last decade or so, I've done probably about half of my work has been pro bono, representing people for free or on a contingency, dealing with the COVID vaccine fallout, other civil rights cases, and other individuals that were subject to lawless persecution by the Biden administration in particular. And then a political commentator and a political bettor. So I've been betting on elections since I was knee high to a grasshopper. So that's sort of the broad strokes of my biographical background.
Oh, that's awesome, man. And folks, if you haven't and you're not, make sure you go follow Robert down in the description below. We got his link to X. Robert, are you on any other platforms? YouTube, Instagram?
Oh, sure. The predominantly people can find it at vivabarneslaw.locals.com. It's Viva Fry and I. We do a Sunday show, a Sunday podcast, and then I do a lot of exclusive content for the members of the vivabarneslaw.locals.com community, which, by the way, is the one who introduced me to you. They had seen some of your videos back a ways and said, "Hey, here's a good follow on gun issues." I think all the way back to you covered the Butler assassination at that.
Yeah, you got a lot of guns
and they were the ones that they're a great curated source of knowledge and information. And in this case, other additional influencers that have contribute real value, which isn't always the case in the influencer world.
Well, no, I appreciate that. Well, I'm glad you found us. And you know what? I didn't even know that you and Viva Fry did stuff together. So I need to go check out those podcasts for sure. I love Viva Fry too. That's awesome, man. You guys are two legal powerhouses for sure. If you guys aren't following Viva Fry as well, make sure you go follow him on X. just has done some great things as well. So what we want to talk about tonight, and as a matter of fact, what I'll do is I'll play a quick video that just kind of predicates everything that we're going to discuss. And there's a whole lot more to it, but we'll play this and we'll take it from there.
Your naval intelligence psychological operation where you tell us that that's a weird thing to do. Okay. It's always somebody close to you. And if there's a financial motive, yeah. And I would say an organization of that size that misses their deadline, their tax deadline for the first time, that's a little weird.
So she just assumed they missed their tax deadline and didn't even bother to look up tax deadlines on the IRS website. That's how crazy this is. She didn't even try to look it up. Like it's girl. That's a Google search. I don't know if it's you all or me, like his video, but I hear echo. Let me know if you guys hear the same. Let's see here. Ain't no reply. She's asking. I thought the East Coast for 4 hours ahead of me here in Cali up to last month. I swear I must have gotten that. No, we're 3 hours ahead. So it's 1:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what time it is in Utah time. That's Candyland, alternate reality type stuff. Yeah, shout out to all of you guys. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's. Let's get back to it. I just let me know if you guys hear this echo.
One at Turning Point decided not to file 3 of the 4 of their annual financial statements 4 months before Charlie Kirk appointed a new COO, requested a new audit, and was murdered.
He lied.
All right. So that is just kind of the tip of the iceberg as far as the allegations. I know that Wolves and Finances have kind of brought to the fore against TPUSA. And Robert, I know I actually got some of the documents, the letter from the IRS to Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
Okay, thank you. No way.
About what their situation is as regards to the IRS. But I guess if you will, number one, if you want to address that specifically or some of the other allegations against TPUSA as far as their financials go. And I also think it's really relevant to understand that going back to the Biden administration, the Biden administration was trying to take away their nonprofit status as well. So, this is going back for a really long time. And this kind of leads to the idea of what I've been telling people. Folks, they were going after TPUSA and Charlie Kirk long before Charlie Kirk was killed. And what's happening now, I really believe, is a concerted, engineered, and coordinated effort to do what they couldn't do to TPUSA while Charlie Kirk was alive. So, Robert, go ahead and just kind of address any of that stuff.
Sure. So, Turning Point is organized. I was friends with Charlie Kirk. He was incredibly influential in ways a lot of people didn't even know. So, like if the Trump-Kennedy coalition, MAGA Maha coalition came about, we'd done some polling work with Richard Barris, People's Pundit Daily, who was also close with Charlie. And we did some work to show the power of that coalition, got the information to Charlie. Charlie got it to Trump World and was able to help bridge the coalition that came about. So, 2024 election may not have happened without Charlie Kirk, just in that one aspect. Of course, his Get Out the Vote operation, Turning Point Action, which was misrepresented by Wolves and Finance, by the way, was the best Get Out the Vote operation that the Republicans had in 2024. So when he set up Turning Point, you have different parts of it that serve different purposes. And so you're usually going to have a very complex set of entities because you're going to have entities dedicated to sort of nonpartisan, nonprofit work. You're going to have some entities dedicated to partisan, political, but still nonprofit work. One's a 501c3, one's a 501c4, referencing which sections of the tax code they stem from. And you structure them that way so that people can make certain donations that can be tax deductible. Now, you're going to have for-profit enterprises in order for this to really work. So you're going to have parts of Turning Point that are for-profit enterprises. So you're going to have, and then you have different state laws that govern charitable work. Not only that, if you're Charlie and you're going to be a high-profile target, that means in states like California, states like New York, you got to be careful about how you structure things. You're likely going to have a state version that's separate, that's not even a subsidiary, but is independent, so that they can't use an attack on the state entity to come after the federal entity. So like years ago, I helped set up 1776 Law Center to do a lot of legal advocacy for underrepresented causes and cases and clients. But we structured it to not even have any 501c3 or 501c4. We made it just a for-profit entity because of how much harassment happens. So I represented a lot of people that were in the Tea Party that got caught up in the attack by the Obama administration. And it's just a source of attack. But if you're in that world and people want to make tax deductible donations, you have to have some 501c3s and 501c4s that they can utilize. So, but due to the nature of the tax laws and state regulatory infrastructure, you're going to have a very complex infrastructure within to be able to achieve all the different things Turning Point wanted to achieve and Charlie wanted to achieve through it. So there's a lot. It's easy to get confused about the way deductions work, about when the filings occur, about how the filings occur. And people like Wolves in Finance and others who have no understanding at all of the
Not at
non-for-profit
all.
tax world and no real understanding of how Turning Point operated, give you an idea of how bad he was. He suggested that Turning Point Action was this sneaky group that was siphoning off money because it suddenly got a bunch of money in 2024. Well, that was his get out the vote operation. So, of course, it was a separate organization because it's going to be a political purpose. So it can't be a 501c3. It has to be a 501c4.
This is stuff that, Wolves in Finance could have Googled too. I even said that when we went over the Blexit court documents. There's a difference in that 501c3 versus 501c4, where 501c4 allows them to be able to have these financial connections to super PACs and political groups and stuff like that. That's all under that 501c4. I even said that when we went over that the other day with the Blexit court documents. I mean, the tax documents. He could have looked that up. He comes off like he knows so much, and he doesn't. He didn't even Google what an endowment is. That's how dumb that guy is.
And of course, it's going to have a lot of money spent in the year that the election was, because that's what it was. But that's the kind of basic stuff he got wrong.
Let me just pause it. One thing that I don't understand, and obviously I'm not an accountant, a tax lawyer, or a forensic accountant, or anything else, but it would seem to me, just on the face of it, it'd be a real challenge to do some sort of forensic accounting from outside the organization, looking at, we have a nonprofit, and I know, like, when we file our taxes and things like that, that stuff gets posted eventually, but it's not immediate, and it could be months and months and months where we could have already done everything that we needed to do, but that paperwork isn't public for months and months at a time. Like, how can someone outside the organization reasonably do any sort of, forensic accounting with any sort of integrity and give that information to the public?
They really can't. You could look at the their various Form 990s that they file and make some inferences about somebody getting paid X amount or something else, but it's going to be very limited because there's no way you're going to see the whole picture. The whole picture is going to be much more complicated and not publicly disclosed. And there was nothing, if there was anything anomalous in Turning Point, they were going to put Charlie under, because he was under constant IRS scrutiny, constant harassing state scrutiny, and a bunch of statements have been misinterpreted. Like, he liked what Doge was doing, so he thought, hey, it'd be cool if we use Doge to see if we have maximum efficiency. It's not because he had any suspicions about an entity he really strictly controlled. Charlie had his finger on the pulse across the board. This wasn't like a James O'Keefe. Like, the only big high-profile charity that hasn't filed returns has been Project Veritas since they kicked out James O'Keefe. That's somebody that suddenly stopped filing returns and information. It's not a Turning Point. They were lying, of course. The Turning Point had timely filed their returns and information as confirmed by the IRS. If you knew Charlie, you knew there was no chance he was going to miss anything like that. What they're doing is they're extrapolating from people's lack of understanding of how NGOs work, lack of understanding of how a Turning Point entity, which is going to have for-profit components, profit components, other components. Also, you may see one entity plug in a lot of labor and expenses and cost. Maybe you put it under this umbrella rather than that umbrella for tax purposes. But that the people drawing broad conclusions, oh, look, it was $3 million. This must meant they were paid this amount. Probably not, because those are just different tax ways to maximize tax advantage so that you can keep the business running at the most efficient level. And he had Turning Point running at an extraordinarily efficient level. I think it kind of shocked a lot of people on the left, because as a general rule, the right has done a poor job of public fundraising for NGOs, hasn't done nearly as much. The left is so committed to their causes. Legal defense funds will get $1 million overnight. You even see it, Candace setting it up for this obvious serial abuser and cheat and liar and fraud, which is what that guy was. She's able to raise 6 figures for him overnight. Those kind of causes can, but usually it's been tough on the right. So he ran this with a very clean ship, very strict operation. There were always internal audits being done. His idea to incorporate Doge was, Doge is cool. Let's see if we can use some of the cool things they do in terms of how they use algorithms. And in particular, it would be things like, could we save money? Could we reduce cost on certain vendors? That's what he's looking at. Nothing internal to Turning Point. He had no concerns with that. He talked with me, he talked with Richard Barris, talked with other people that are in our circle, and that there just wasn't there was no reason to believe there was anything wrong at Turning Point whatsoever.
So, during this entire...
And Candace never even apologized for, being debunked on anything related to TPUSA being under IRS investigation. They were not. So she takes the word of the IRS in certain things, but when it doesn't fit her dumb moot point or narrative, or if it debunks her, then she ignores it and glosses over it. TPUSA was not under IRS investigation. She never proved that. And then on top of that, because she doesn't understand how tax documents work or anything related to it, the idea of a Doge financial audit there will be a lot of the semantics that go along with that, because you're talking about something with associated with the federal government versus a nonprofit organization. So it was more of the methodologies, not necessarily an actual Doge department being created. And once again, they didn't present any evidence when they make these accusations in that video they show with Wolves in Finance and Candace crazy ass. They didn't present any evidence to support what they were saying. If you're going to talk about an endowment, that is something that could have been Googled and defined. They didn't even do that. Basic fundamental stuff. Didn't even bother to look up definitions of terms. So the idea that, oh, Charlie Kirk wanted this Doge thing. No, he wanted to see if he could incorporate some of the tactics, some of the methods, maybe a software program or something that they use. But it's not going to be an apples to apples type of, audit, because one is a nonprofit and Doge is related to the federal government. A lot of things, it's not going to be apples to apples. It's common sense.
Time where he was talking about Doge and things like that, you were somebody that was working with him on some of these issues, or at least he was bouncing ideas off of you. What was your relationship with TPUSA at the time, Robert?
So my relationship was purely political. So it was to get ideas with Richard Barris to Charlie when certain things we thought were going AWOL, or we saw an opportunity present, or we saw an issue being percolate up. I was available if any help was needed, but he never needed any help on the tax law side. It was a buttoned up shop. But if the IRS had come after him, I was going to help represent him and would be happy to do so. I've represented a range of groups in those settings, but there was the IRS put them under massive scrutiny. They were trying to find any pretext to recreate what they did with the Tea Party movement with Obama in 2014, which was to basically harass them out of existence. And they were so buttoned up that the IRS couldn't even find an avenue of attack. That's how clean they were. And the reason why the IRS suspected something was AWOL is because most NGOs are like the Somali kind of operations. So there's a lot of shenanigans that go on. And that's why if you contrast it, say, Turning Point's 990 forms, it's both more full disclosing, timely filed, and more compliant with the tax law than a lot of other NGOs. If you go looking at some other NGOs in 990 forms, you'll find a lot of oddities and peculiarities that you do not see in any of the Turning Point documents, because he had to keep it crystal clean. Because even with Trump getting elected, there was still concern that the rogue agencies would still harass him and harangue him. So he was always super hyper conscious of making sure that was buttoned up. Some of the best auditing firms in the country and accounting firms are on top of it. And people are trying to make a deal about, some suggestion of private inurement, that sort of thing. That's why he carefully structured it. So you had NGOs doing one activity in terms of the non-for-profit, the partisan and non-political ones doing different activities, him doing separate business activities. That's why parts of Turning Point have for-profit enterprises, because for that to work business-wise, you need that to be outside of the regulatory framework because of all the private inurement rules. That basically, if you benefit too much or disproportionate, then you can get hit with a range of taxes and have a bunch of consequences. So he ran as clean a shop in an NGO as anybody I've ever known.
So when people are saying,
it's always, to the coat, either Charlie Kirk was smart and a genius, and he knew exactly what he was doing, or he wasn't smart and he had a bad judge of character. They try to pick and choose when they want Charlie Kirk to be this, upstanding, very smart, intelligent, and intellectual individual. When it doesn't fit their moot point and narrative, then they try to sit here and bring out these dumbass conspiracy theories. That's like, okay, if Charlie Kirk was a good judge of character, or if he was really, really smart, why are you not giving him credit for the finances that flow through TPUSA and how they operated? Either he was smart enough to ensure that things were done the right way and it was very clean, or he wasn't. Which one is it? Because we all know Candace doesn't give a damn. For her, this is just a game of chess that she can't play.
And I've heard a bunch of different numbers thrown out, 3 million, 8 million. There was all this money missing, and he was going to do an audit, and this is why they ultimately decided that he had to go. That's the allegation that's being placed. But so where does this $3 billion or $8 million come from that, Wolves in Finance, among other people, are trying to claim that was missing to begin with?
His basis was kind of absurd. So to give you an example, he suggested that the Turning Point action was somehow all bogus, and that was bogus money that had disappeared without Charlie knowing. Turning Point action was Charlie's idea. We had discussed it with him, Richard Barris and I, and Barris in particular, about how to develop a Get Out the Vote organization, because the Republican Party was frankly inadequate at doing so. So he came up with the idea before 2024 for Turning Point Action, created it, put it in motion, and the fees that are getting paid are regular. In fact, to be honest with you, they're actually cheaper than a lot of other people would have cost for a lot of those services. Like Wolves in Finance was saying that this amount must be excessive. And it's like, no, for political Get Out the Vote operations, a lot of reasons why you need people that are trained at that. And you need, like Robert Kennedy, for example, his campaign. There are a bunch of saboteurs in the Democratic Party who were out getting signatures for him. And they were deliberately creating fake signatures to sabotage his effort to get on the ballot. I've represented a bunch of people in the petition circulation business to get on the ballot. That's why I've represented all those political parties over the years.
Ooh, Lord,
and
there's
so many bad faith actors in that business that you have to hire true proven professionals. And so he supposedly said, oh, this money over to Turning Point Action must be bogus and hidden and secret. Completely false, because he didn't know what Turning Point Action even was, didn't know what Turning Point itself was. And then even went further.
He also did not know what TP Endowments was either. Yeah, it's safe to say that Wolves in Finance is an absolute fraud and another moron that fails to read.
Several of the Turning Point entities operate off of a mailbox. My law firm's out of a mailbox. For a lot of security reasons, after I represented the Covington kids, I had bomb threats called in. Go. So for security reasons, if you went to my official office, it's a mail drop office. Because I don't want randos showing up wanting to do other things. So that's what Turning Point had a bunch of those, right? Like UPS store and that kind of thing. And the Wilson Finance guy said, oh, I came to the parking lot and there's no business. There's just a strip mall. There's no business. It must all be fake. His story is fake. That's one of the most common things.
Exactly.
And especially Charlie's business. There's no way you want to have a bunch of public addresses that any rando can show up at. So you're going to use mail drops as your official address for registration purposes of these business entities.
The left has never, committed violence against its political enemies. But I don't know why you would think that would be something that they would do.
Yeah, exactly. So I watched both of his reports, Wolves in Finance. I had previously followed him because he did some interesting financial analysis. He's a young guy, clearly unfamiliar with the way tax laws work. And then it became clear he was acting in bad faith because he misled. He didn't tell people that there was a
He was. And if you see his videos, he gets hundreds of thousands of views for kissing Candace's ass and simping. That's how this works. If you say anything Candace and her coat like, you'll get hundreds of thousands of views. Which is so crazy to, not just with me, other content creators, when we're accused of being paid off. If I wanted to be paid off, I would just be a wimp for Candace and just parrot her nonsense. And not care about the backlash on that, because they're in an alternate reality. But if I really wanted to just make, a boatload of money, get all these subs added to my channel, get hundreds of thousands of views, I would do the same thing that this Coach Collins clown is doing, the Wolves in Finance, the crazy lady, what's her name, Mel? Yeah, I would be doing all those things that these simps and whips do. I will repeat whatever Candace said. Say she's right 6 times a day. And keep living. Easiest money ever made. But because, I believe in having some level of integrity and a soul and, being able to express information to people that need to know this information, I don't do that. Plus, I don't owe Candace anything. But this idiot, Wolves in Finance, went out and just simped hard for her in videos. He's still doing it. And now he gets all these views on his videos. So that goes to show, sitting here being jealous of something that I could easily determine in my favor if I wanted to. There's no rhyme or reason to be jealous of somebody like a Candace Owens. If I wanted to get a bunch of views, subs, likes, and make a bunch of money, I would just repeat everything she said. No need to even care about the aspect of being jealous of her. I would just repeat whatever she said. I don't need to do that. At the end of the day, I need to be able to sleep peacefully. Candace doesn't have a soul. She doesn't even care. So he goes out and he does all of this, and look what happens. And her cult members and the bots, they prove that as long as you're kissing her ass and worshiping the ground she walks on, they'll give you all these views, all these subs, likes, and everything else. That's nothing to be jealous of. If I wanted the same thing, I would just do what they're doing. It's that simple, because that's how logic works. Y'all, it's crazy. Let's get some comments in. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys hit the like button. This tax attorney talks really, really fast, by the way. So, he just talks fast. I promise you. It has nothing to do with the speed. He just really talks fast. I have arthritis, so I use Swipe. It only makes me fluent in Taiwanese. Oh, whoever they are saying, I tend. Oh my goodness, it is Hollywood. Wish we could ask old employers of her work history. Exactly. The couple that came out. Why do I keep forgetting that young lady's name that worked with Brexit? She came out and brought forth those tax documents about Brexit and was like, Candace talk all this mad shit, but she out here, putting Brexit in the hole about $1.7 million. So that goes to show Candace doesn't understand the art of being able to operate a successful company. Brexit only lasted, 3-4 good years? And then look at how she spent money for dumb things like social media fundraising or her security. So for her to sit here and to try to accuse somebody else of mismanaging and misappropriating funds, when she said she doesn't even understand tax documents, she doesn't profess to be a tax attorney, she has no understanding of that stuff, goes to show that she's very ignorant to these things. And she doesn't care if she's factually correct. And then you play a video of Wolves in Finance who also doesn't care if he's factually correct. So you got two dummies sitting here trying to coincide, trying to sit here and co-sign on each other's nonsense. Both of them failing to read and research and Google definitions of terms. This is what we are. It's so crazy. That guy did nothing but just make these accusations for no reason, with no understanding of tax laws. Like, it's so crazy. Oh, man. The Macron case is easily invalidated with a blood test, a photo, or pictures of Brigitte as a female child. You said invalidated? I'm assuming if they had that evidence, they can easily debunk Candace. I mean, seriously. They've already sent photos. They've given her plenty of photos. You understand? I don't know if you noticed. Candace got some photos that she did not release out because she knows that it proves that Brigitte Macron was born a woman. She lies by omission as well. Candace has withheld exhibits that they've sent to her, and it goes out of her way to not even mention it. And she even said herself, she doesn't release everything she has to the public because she's playing a game of chess. That same statement rings true when it comes to the Macron case. Candace was sent photos and proof documentation that reflects that Brigitte Macron was born a woman. And she literally and intentionally withholds that information because it doesn't fit her dumb point. It doesn't fit into the lie. But those same exhibits that she withholds from the public intentionally is going to show up in court, which is another reason why I'm 80% sure, not 82% sure, she's going to try to go for a settlement, out of court settlement. Because just as much as she is withholding photos and documents that will prove Brigitte Macron was born a woman, she's not going to want that information to be made available to the public in the court of law either. That's why she doesn't like litigation. She knows that these documents would be made available to the public. And if she actually goes through a whole trial and all of that, that discovery will be put out for the public to see in court documents as an exhibit, as evidence. And I'm sure her attorneys don't really want her to have to take the stand for anything. So they're going to definitely try, when that motion to dismiss gets denied, they're definitely going to try to reach an out-of-court settlement. She's capable of withholding information. She doesn't want to go to the court because that's the place where everything's made known to the public. And she would not be able to come up with a legal, viable reason as to why anything should be sealed or redacted in this Macron lawsuit. It just wouldn't even make sense. And you want subpoena power? There you go, Candace. You got it. So yeah, they have presented evidence to her, and she has withheld it from you all. Let's see here, Candace. People got the Wu flu shot on mass. I have a theory. Exactly. LLC is not organic. It's hive-minded. Yeah. Just trying to get some of you guys comments in. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. I appreciate this. We're doing good too with the time frame. So happy New Year's. 9 minutes away from it being 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's see here. Have you guys seen the Story Box? He has a good channel. He puts out content on Candace. Oh, yes. I've actually played a couple of his videos. And I am subscribed to the Story Box. So make sure you guys go check him out. I love his accent as well. He's hilarious. He keeps his foot on Candace's neck. And he does not mince words. He tells the truth. So, yeah, I enjoy his content. Cherie Denise, Ruslan KD. You have Straight Out of Context, I think. Of course, Colonel Kurtz, Paramount Tactical, Jay Witt. You have a lot of content creators keeping their foot on her neck. Berean Babes. Sometimes she shows up in the chat. Shout out to her. So lots of great content creators out there. Storybox. And who else? What's his name? Both Sides. He's pretty good. And of course, Artie Trolls. Artie Trolls is definitely putting out some great content. So those like the main ones that I watch every day, because I do watch other content creators. Because I just, sometimes I have to ask myself, am I alone in thinking this? I can't be alone in thinking that Candace is out of her damn mind. And that we all agree she's an alien. Like, So I do watch other content creators' content. And it helps with at least being reassured that I'm not alone in putting forth facts and evidence. Because, oh, child, Candace, you're bad at this, girl. He is from Australia. Yes, I think he's from Australia. All right, y'all, let's get back to it.
UPS store there, that was where the mailbox was, that's what this was. He misled them into thinking there's fake phantom businesses with phantom entities that suddenly show up in 2024 that are diverting billions of dollars, when it's just Charlie's turn out the vote operation that had a voter registration or its office business registration, because that's public filing. Your 990 is a public filing. I've represented a range of NGOs that do not list their actual business address on those forms because everybody knows those forms. So like Robert Kennedy's Children's Health Defense, they're not going to use the address where people are walking in every day, because that's very dangerous because of how many people were targeting Children's Health Defense, especially when they were exposing COVID and exposing the COVID vaccine. And Robert Kennedy, of course, has had many threats against his life. His own father was murdered. His uncle was murdered, of course, famously. So this is very commonplace for anybody with a security concern at any level. You're going to be using a mailbox or a drop box as your location. You're not going to be registering your actual physical everyday office address on a publicly filed tax form when you have security threats of the kind that Charlie faced, of the kind that other people in Turning Point face. So that was very commonplace, very ordinary, in fact, good practice. And he made it sound like it was some sort of criminal conspiracy of hiding this entity in this secret location that was a phantom business that was diverting the money. And he's attacking some of Charlie's closest friends. These are people that Charlie built a business and he avoided some of the risks that James O'Keefe, because James O'Keefe Charlie saw that. I remember advising James on this as well. That with these NGOs, the risk is you get people on the board that are bad faith actors. And so he was careful when we put people he knew very well and very personally in these key positions of power and influence. He was very careful about that, how he structured it, how he ran it. So the people he's attacking are some of his closest friends, lifelong friends in several cases. And that's what makes it even nastier, more pernicious. Not a surprise given Candace's history. There isn't a single person that has platformed her or supported her that she has not betrayed at some point in her life or career. Yep. It's just who she is.
Speaking of which, Robert, one of the things I want to say to the chat over here. Look.
Yeah, man, he nailed that one. Candace, you burn all the bridges between yourself and anyone else in any country or even continent. Because she said she is fighting 6 different countries at the same time right now. And, I guess that would include all the friends. So that means she has no friends. You can't make this up.
If you are suspicious of TPUSA, this entire stream is for you. And in a little while, we're going to open it up to questions. Now, again, if you want to learn something, if you're here to, I don't know, explore some objective truths, or at least to hear a different side of the story and then decide for yourself whether or not what Robert and TPUSA are saying, that's on you. But if you would like to have an opportunity to actually dig down to this and understand whether or not these accusations that there's money missing and all this other things are true, that's who this is for. Like, I don't believe that TPUSA is missing money. Just because I know what kind of attacks they were coming under from the IRS during the Biden administration. That being said, I do think that being a nonprofit and just being any sort of entity, we have to make sure that they're being held accountable and being responsible with people's money. I'm all for accountability, but right. I think we've gotten to a point in this whole discussion about TPUSA. I think there's been so much disinformation, and it's at such a fevered pitch that people have stopped listening to the truth. They've already concluded whatever they've decided to. Conclusion that they would prefer, whatever narrative they prefer, and they're not listening. And that can be on both sides of this discussion. So that's what this live stream is about. And I hope that you guys can be respectful enough over in the chat to where we don't have to ban you, because if you're going to be disruptive and you're just going to go with ad hominems, we're going to ban you. But this live stream is for you, and you can listen to what tax attorney Robert Barnes is saying about this, who understands this stuff at a very high level. And we're going to give you an opportunity to ask questions, and those can be challenging. Those can be, however you want to do that. But I hope you at least listen to what's going on here so that you have both sides of the story, and then you can make a fair assessment of who's telling the truth.
And what you see through is the way they were structured is very normal for what Charlie was set out to do. Everything I've seen from the returns is very normal, nothing unusual there at all. And what people have made a big deal out of is misunderstanding basic information. And that's easy to do in the tax construct. I mean, this is like, people are like, how in the world did Donald Trump avoid paying taxes all those years? If you understand.
I wouldn't even say it's a misunderstanding. Wills and Finance didn't even give basic fundamental information based on research. What should be done is, when you're speaking on matters, especially involving something intricate like tax laws, you want to at least present the law and then be able to speak on whatever the topic is according to what you're notating on the tax documents. So you should be able to break down those worksheets, and if there's a law to help define or give clarity to what you're looking at on the tax forms, be able to present that information in a way that's understandable. But this idiot gets in a video and he just says dumb random things and gives no fundamental baseline of facts to it. When you don't even look up the definition of the word endowment or go on the IRS tax website to see if a 501c3 can be given an extension, which they can be given 2 extensions. One is for 6 months, that's automatic, where you do not have to state the reason. And then there's a second additional extension for 3 months where you do have to give a valid reason. And they didn't even have to get the second extension. She just didn't look up if they can be entitled to or request an actual deadline. I mean, an extension on the deadline. She didn't even bother to do that. That's how ridiculous they were in that video. So I'm glad he's saying this.
In the real estate business, you understand that there are tons of ways it's designed to tax incentivize certain kind of business structures and business. Same with oil depreciation, things like this, that the tax laws are not always written to maximize revenue. They're written to control public policy and to try to get people to behave in a particular way and businesses to do things. Now, often it's kickbacks to lobbyists and all that jazz. But the tax laws are a joke. And I understand people getting confused by them because nobody can really read them. I had a client once, Joe Bannister, IRS whistleblower, that the IRS, of course, went after he blew the whistle on him, appeared on 60 Minutes, other programs. He actually read the whole code. And the judge was like, is he crazy? Who reads the entire Internal Revenue Code? So that was Joe, old school guy, honest, true believer in every respect. We got full acquittals for him, which was great. But they didn't stop him from harassing him. So I understand. So it's easy with tax and accounting to confuse the normie. And so at first I thought maybe Wills and Finance was just getting confused. But then when I saw he's being deliberately deceptive, it was like Candace. At the beginning, I was like, okay, maybe she's just off the res and wants to connect things to other. And then it became clear, no, this is disingenuous. And this is what I'd say to the people out there who think they're discovering the true conspiracy. You're actually being led away from the true conspiracy, because what we should be investigating is who was it that told Turning Point that building would be secure that day? And why wasn't it secure? Why did they mislead him about drone access? It sounds like from you going up there that in fact, the university is mistaken and thinks they own all the airspace above them. But Those are issues because this could happen again. So whether it's negligence, recklessness, or deliberate intent, that's what we should be looking at. We should be looking at the Trantifa movement. We should be looking at arms queer assault of Salt Lake City. We should be looking at whether there was any FBI or CIA or other people nudging him on these online discussion boards. And so I think I accidentally did the thumb thing. I don't know how this works, but someone says shows up. But so these are the conspiracies we should be looking at. Are George Soros organizations connected to this Trantifa radicalization? They're making Manchurian candidates out of middle America. This kid 18 months ago was totally normal, libertarian-leaning middle Utah. And all of a sudden, he becomes so radicalized that he's smugly, as you can see him in court, and in even his mugshot, he's smug about what happened. He feels good. He thinks they should build statues to him for what he did. So how do they radicalize? Because if they can radicalize Tyler Robinson, they can radicalize anybody. These are the questions we should be asking. Who's doing this? Who's complicit? There's people that are going to be overtly complicit. In other words, I think the partner was. I think the message to his confession to the Discord board, I think was a tip-off. It was, hey, by the way, I've been caught. Anybody that knows anything, take your precautions. Now, he's not going to say it that way. He's going to say, I've been caught. It was really me, and act like nobody was involved. But the only reason you would write that to that board, or the most likely reason, is members of that board were complicit, maybe planning it, thinking about it. Clearly, I think he had help in the process, given his confidence.
Well, I think what's interesting is that all of his messages were exculpatory for everyone receiving them. And I think that is, again, I definitely think his text messages to Lance Twiggs was completely fabricated to get him off the hook. And I agree with all those other things. And, this is the problem. I still see people down in the comments saying, Brian Harpole lied about being able to fly drones at UVU. I can tell you from firsthand experience, that is not a lie. UVU will not allow people to fly drones. I had to go off campus and
I don't understand. Like, what they see this, that goes to show they're just dead set on believing what they want to believe. In their world, 3 + 2 equals yellow. It's not even a number. That's how asinine it is. They refuse to believe anything, even if you put the facts in front of them. They're going to say, well, this isn't real, because my mushrooms have kicked in. You can't make this up. These people are stuck on high mode 24/7. When you realize what you're dealing with, there's no getting through to them. That's why I laugh at them, because I'm not trying to convince the Candy ass cult members of a damn thing, and they will not be able to do that with me. So it doesn't matter. 3 + 2 is yellow for the Candy ass cult members. It's not even a number. It's not like just like saying, oh, it's 6, but it's 5. No, they're not even giving you a number. That is how wacky they are. Well, you asking them like simple mathematics here. What's 2 × 3? And then they go, turtle, midget horse, Israel. I mean, they're giving you everything but the actual answer, even though there are ways for them to mathematically come up with the answer, which is 6. They're not going to give you a number. They're going to give you all the other dumb shit that you don't. You're like, why are you answering a simple multiplication question with midget horse? 3 × 2. What's the answer? Midget horse. Like, they're not going to give you the number. Even though they could just figure out a way to get the number, they're not going to do that, because they don't want to believe 3 × 2 is 6. They want to believe 3 × 2 equals midget horse. That's what they want to believe. That's how psychotic it is.
Fly the drone. And I did it, not knowing what was going to happen. We are just going to take that risk. Obviously, the security team can't go off campus and fly the drone and still, have good comms, see what's going on. And there's a whole lot of issues with that. And quite frankly, another one with the drone issue is that area that we mapped out was over 150 acres. They would have needed at least 5 to 6 drones, which means you have to have 6 drone operators, and then you'd have to have 2 or 3 extra drones ready to go up when those drones started to lose battery. So
Happy New Year to all of those that have crossed over into 2026. It's 2:04 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Happy New Year's. I think we're right in the Utah time zone right now. Y'all at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will be 12 midnight Pacific Standard Time. So if you're in Pacific time zone, you have one more good out. As a matter of fact, you got 55 minutes to go. And I appreciate all of you all for tuning in. Happy New Year's to those stuck in Utah time.
Like, there's so much misinformation, and this goes back to what you were saying about wolves in finance. It's the omission of facts that these people constantly, like, Candace continues to omit actual evidence and just makes up other stuff over here and says things like, oh, you know what, you need to be Spider-Man to scale the walls.
Yeah, 3 times 2 is
to get to the roof. And it's little things like this that continue to build narratives out of that are just false. Like, the allegation is false, the foundation on which it was built is false, and then on top of that, they completely omit any sort of evidence that contradicts the narrative that they want to push. And clearly that's what you're saying. I've watched some of the wolves in finance stuff.
4 + 6, chicken. That's it. They're not going to give you enough. They're not even going to come close to an answer that would be reasonable. They won't even give you a numerical answer. They're going to say a food group. I'm sorry, what's 4 + 6? Chicken. Deep fried with hot sauce. Like, that's
it's number one, I find it boring, is the real answer. And I don't find it that interesting. And, it's kind of above my head when it comes to all the taxes and trying to figure out whether or not this is true. Like, it's just not my area of expertise.
Oh, God.
Oh, exactly. And I think the other aspect of all this, so I think people that think they're doing the real investigation should realize they're following Candace. They're being misled away from the real investigation. That, they'll often say, oh, you trust the FBI. I don't trust the FBI at all. I've waged legal war on them for about a quarter century. So I'm the guy that thinks the January 6th person, that's Brian Cole, is a patsy.
Yeah, they bring up FBI. The FBI is not spearheading this investigation. And Candace says she didn't care about it. So why even bring that up? That speaks to the hive mentality. And plus, you have these dumbass bots that refuse to just spell check. They're not even creative. They just copy and paste. So between the bots that are just copy pasting misspelled words that still make no sense, and the cult members, I mean, that's how you end up with all this misinformation out here. That whole narrative where it comes down to, 4 + 6 equals deep fried chicken with hot sauce and not an actual number. That's how you get to that point. And they just kind of repeat that over and over and over again. Candace still asking the same dumb questions she's been asking since September 10th. What happened to him? You're supposed to be finding that out. Get to work, girl. Like, don't ask us. Go find out. But they push that dumb narrative because they don't have anything else. And they're, smoking mushrooms in their alternate reality.
I don't think he's the guy who did it at all. I think it's a former current CIA employee who did it. But so I have no problem. But one thing that's critical, I encourage people to study things like COINTELPRO, PSYOPs, etc. I mean, years ago, the Bolsheviks pulled this off. They created an anti-Bolshevik entity to get everybody together, and they thought they were working together to take down the Bolsheviks. And it was actually secretly run by the Bolsheviks so they could spot all their enemies, right? So COINTELPRO was famous for this. The Malcolm X assassination happened in large part because the FBI sowed false information within the Nation of Islam concerning what Malcolm X was doing. So if you let's say you have a real conspiracy that could implicate powerful people like George Soros and others, maybe even rogue government agencies and actors in a Manchurian Candidate type project, you would be paranoid that the smartest, most thorough, most skeptical people would find out. So how do you keep them from finding out? You give them a patsy, and you give them and that's what I think Candace is creating. Being the patsy. Candace is the psyop to lead people away from making meaningful investigations and inquiry as to the broader story of Tyler Robinson and how it happened and how that could impact our security going forward. Both the university's complicity and the lack of security that they appear to have been overtly involved in at some level.
Yeah, I just had a thought. I believe that Candace Owens has been radicalized herself. And she's okay with it. Like, she's allowing this radicalization to occur to her. Because I don't know any content creator that relies heavily on their tip line to keep content flowing. And then they pick and choose the craziest, the most batshit crazy stuff to talk about for an entire hour on their show. Because Candace, you don't know how to vet your tips. So you have no idea if you're being trolled. But when you just the wackiest conspiracy theories that you can possibly come up with, and she would rather go with that as opposed to, let me just do some basic research on this. It might be boring, but here are the facts. Something that everyone else can look up if they wanted to. No, she's not going to do that. She's playing a game of chess, remember? And even negative attention is still attention. And she allows her tip line to determine the direction of her platform. And now you have people who are supporting her that didn't even care for Turning Point or TPUSA or Charlie Kirk or Erica Kirk. They probably don't even care for, conservatism or any of that. They might not even be real Christians. And let's not forget, she has bots. They don't have feelings. So they're going to just repeat what she's saying, even though she's sitting here just deriving all this stuff from her tip line. Because if she didn't do that, this idiot Mitch Snow would not be a thing. He would not exist in this reality. She would have never had him on her show if it wasn't for her perusing through her tip line to try to figure out, okay, what's the craziest thing I can do next? And she's always got to try to ante it up one level. So that's why it gets progressively worse. Because otherwise, how else do you keep the bots and the cult members entertained? This is what happens here. The crazier you are, the more views, clicks, likes, subs, and money you get. And she doesn't care. She was like, whatever it takes for me to get all this money and all these subs and stuff, even though that money is not going to last for her. Because the Macrons are going to mollywop her in court. It's not going to last. So she's allowed these conspiracy theories to just go off the handle, just completely radicalize her, and whatever. Now people can't even tell if she's a Christian or not at this point. I'm more apolitical. I don't lean one way or the other. But even just, her talking about Christ is King and all this stuff, and her being a Catholic, it's like even that seems like it's just for show at this point. It's like she's grandstanding. There's nothing sincere about her going in and having a relationship with God or any of that. None of that seems sincere at all. It all seems very, it's disingenuous. And like he said, a lot of stuff she's doing now, she's doing it intentionally with bad faith. And she doesn't care. She should be held accountable. But it just seems like she's the prime example of somebody being radicalized, to a very extreme on the other side of the fence. And she's allowing it to happen. Because Candace, I thought you were 36-some years old and you got 4 kids and a whole husband. And you allow conspiracy theories to dictate your life? Girl, bye.
But also a range of other individuals, including that whole trans community. I mean, I do a lot of pro bono work for my whole legal career representing victims of abuse. So, guys like Snow, you could see coming a mile away. But I think it reflects what Candace wanted to hear. So she puts him on a platform. So most people would have the discernment to not know. Like people keep comparing her to Alex Jones. I'm like, Alex is extremely careful. He has read a ridiculous amount of material. And you will very rarely see him make any accusation that particular that doesn't. And
Alex Jones was not careful when he was going after the parents at the Sandy Hook thing. I will not let that pass by. No. He was not careful when he was saying all of that. People lost their kids. To suggest they were all paid actors, that's not careful at all. That was absolutely reckless. And that is exactly why he ended up being hit with a $1.4 billion judgment. I don't mind him going after Candace, but we're not going to sit here and just give him credit like he didn't just completely F around and find out. He is a walking F around and find out moment. And he's still paying the price for it. So I'm not going to give Alex Jones that credit to say that he's careful. Nope.
End up having verifiable truth in the end, more often than not. He's hyper conscious, but he understands what templates work. Like as you were breaking it down to someone in the military, even if you had the military plan an assassination, what they don't do is show up at a particular base where some rando lunatic can walk in on it. The idea that they would do it that way is just preposterous. So it's not knowing how the templates of power really operate. And I have encouraged people use Candace as a lesson, as a life lesson. How to distinguish between. You don't have to choose the FBI or Candace Owens. You can choose someone totally opposite of that, because usually the truth is going to be in neither camp. Because the Candace of the world are leading you away from the truth. And that doesn't mean you have to go trust the FBI. It means we should be looking at the broader, bigger story of Tyler Robinson. Who was he connected to? Who radicalized him? Whether they're government actors, NGO actors, the whole trans movement. I represent tons of victims of domestic abuse over the years. Number one flag that you are guaranteed to end up in a violent relationship is if you are involved with a trans relationship. Trans relationships have a violence level over 80%. And that's with their most intimate partners. This isn't even dealing with all the violence that occurs outside of the intimate relationship by people connected to trans. Because if you can convince people that they're not the gender God gave them, what else can you convince them of? It's like the ultimate Manchurian candidate possibility. They become very susceptible to all kinds of brainwashing, which we've seen in Lifetime with Tyler Robinson, but she's totally not curious about that. Totally not investigating any of that. No investigation into George Soros. No investigation into all the Soros NGOs that prop this up. No investigation into all armed queers. The investigation got shut down that was trying to be run by ODNI, Joe Kent, a former military guy himself who lost his wife due to our stupid wars overseas all over the place. He was trying to investigate potential foreign ties to Tyler Robinson and those groups, because you dig deep, you're going to find a lot of them get NGO money, and that some of those are going to be tied to foreign governments and internet. Even the UN. I mean, the UN is deeply connected to all the illegal immigration. They've been helping to fund a lot of the NGOs that are literally doing the trafficking into the United States through El Salvador, Panama, and all the rest. And so those.
Hold on, okay. So he goes into a lot of stuff here. Because I want to get to the next interview where he goes, he speaks with the idiot Mitch Snow's estranged wife. So some of the things I just, wanted to kind of tune in and play so that you guys can understand the whole aspect of the Doge and the tax deadlines, those concepts, because he's a tax attorney. All of that he can speak to. And it debunks wolves in finance. And if you want, you can research and Google the tax laws. You could go pull those tax documents with TPUSA. And then there's tax codes, tax laws that you can pull up to help you understand how to read and interpret these tax documents. Why specific numbers are put into specific fields. All of those have a code that goes with it that gives you a description of what goes into that field. So that helps you to understand how to read and interpret these tax documents a little bit better. So that's what I really want to kind of highlight with this interview here. He has some documents he pulls up. And you guys, listen, make sure you go check out the full video interview with on Paramount Tactical's channel. If I can get one of the mods to drop his YouTube channel link, I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank y'all for tuning in. But I just wanted to kind of make sure we touched on some of the more pertinent pieces regarding TPUSA's finances and the conspiracy theories, dumb crap that Candace was throwing out there about it with no knowledge of how taxes work. And she said so herself. She's not a tax attorney. She doesn't understand that stuff. TPUSA brought a copy of their taxes with them, as we just heard in that video she did, the Instagram live. And she said flat out, I didn't even understand that stuff. They gave me the tax file. I'm not a tax attorney. I don't have a way of understanding that. But yet she makes these affirmative allegations about how they're misappropriating some money somewhere. That's the nonsense that people have to debunk, because you're talking about something that could just be researched. It's based on a fundamental set of facts. Tax codes, tax laws, following along the worksheets, understanding how they're prepared, basic information. She just did not ever address because it doesn't fit her point. It doesn't fit her moot narrative of this dumb conspiracy that, these people are just trolling her and her to an extent, I'm all for it. But when it gets to the point where if someone disagrees, they get doxxed, and then it brings harm and damage on someone else. Nope.
So we can publicly disclose these returns that they were properly filed and got that out to the whole world. So they figured the way they're trying to approach this is answer that within reason, but not get caught up in it such they can't do their mission. Because if they actually obsessed over every accusation made on the internet or by Candace Owens or any of these other people, they wouldn't be able to do their show. They wouldn't be able to do their job. They wouldn't be able to keep up the mission. So their focal point is to minimize the distractions. And so I've said that I and other people will speak on their behalf at any occasion as needed. So I think they've made the reasonable step to not basically, like, what some of these people want them to do is open up all of your books, tell us where you live, tell us where Charlie is buried, tell us everything in your life. And that's not going to satisfy the Candace kooks.
No.
Because no amount of evidence satisfies them. They're emotionally driven. They're not factually driven. They're not empirically driven. So they don't care about the truth. That's bloody obvious.
Many of them are bots.
I mean, there were some people that were listening to her early on that I think were in good faith curious, and they've realized those people are off the Candace train. They don't want to be anywhere near it anymore. And there's some people that tune in just to watch how crazy it might get, or to watch a live psyop in live time. But the reason why they're not spending obsessive time is if they did, why should you disclose all your private records? This was her problem with the Bridget Macron suit. Oh, I demand Bridget Macron disclose her entire life and drop her pants on national TV. That's not how it works. I don't get to say, hey, Candace, I think you're really an alien unless you go naked in front of your house. I'm going to believe you're an alien. Why aren't you going naked in front of your house to prove you're not an alien? No. That's not how evidence works. That's not how human
Candace says she's an alien. We're going to go with that.
Life works. That's not how civil decency works. And we've lost a lot of that in the middle of this.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah,
Little House Blues asked, can you shed light on the issue with Blexit, 1 million several years, and Candy's huge salary and private jet travel?
So Candace was pushing the idea of, a Brexit, but for black voters, and got Kanye kind of on board, though Kanye later accused her of stealing stuff from him, by the way. So you see a common pattern here with Candace. Yeah.
Candace, you stole something from Kanye West, but you keep bragging about him and his music. Yeah, see, lying by omission, Candace, you heifer. You won't even bring that stuff up. What did she steal from him? Oh, you can't make this up. What did Candace steal from Kanye West? I'm seriously asking you. Anybody know? You can't make this up. George seems evil or questionable too, so you wonder sometimes. Yeah, and then here's another reason probably why that deal didn't, just fell through and collapsed between Kanye West and Parler Inc. Because, Boys Club is just as shady. Boys Club, we're going to be getting into you next week. Or this weekend, actually, because shout out to Nemo. She's got some great videos about Boys Club being in a bullying done club. You can't make this up. Yes, this is one of these high profile society type clubs that's been going on for hundreds of years. Well, all they do is stupid shit, and then they blackmail each other and they get mad. Can't make this up. It's so crazy. Pierce just has people on to argue that's not journalism. Yeah, Pierce should stop platforming Candace. It is so ridiculous. She's got her own show. No one's telling her to shut up. But they shouldn't make her feel as if, they have to bring her on their show either. Just let her do her thing on her own show. But it's so disingenuous to his supporters, to his platform at this point, because she overtalks him to death, to where he's like just saying her name, trying to get her to stop and pause. That's not a conversation. That's not a debate. Overtalking, yelling, screaming, lying, and repeating yourself over and over and over again while talking very, very fast. It's not a debate tactic. It's the opposite of that. It just shows you have nothing to say. Therefore, you're doing all of this like you're having, some sort of epileptic shock syndrome or something. You sound like you're having a seizure of some sort, and you're faking it all the way. Like she couldn't even just give him 2 minutes to give a rebuttal. Nope. Oh, well, and then throw out these little attacks and insults and barbs and stuff, and then get mad when someone does the same thing to her, because hypocrisy. It's crazy. What did Candace steal from Kanye? This is something else. T-shirt logo. Oh, wow. Let's see. Lloyd said, CEO, I think she stole his brand label or something. What in the world? And he didn't sue her? The lion with the crown logo? I want to see pictures that Candace had 4 children. Candace, we demand to see the kids' birth videos. We want to see it. Oh, God. I'll be honest, her sitting here taking away Brigitte Macron's motherhood is just an insult to mothers. And yet, no one's trying to sit here and discredit her motherhood, because it would somewhat involve the kids in this. And I'm just like, man, They can't help who their parents are. That's what it comes down to. I can't believe Candace tried to steal somebody's logo. Yeah, that would be funny though. Juju, that's funny. She's always been obsessed with Kanye even before she met him. She mentions him in every interview she did. So he had a logo and he didn't take her to court for copyright infringement. You can't make this up. Yeah, there are a ton of lies. Moki is like, it's all on purpose. Oh, yeah. What if Mitch is part of the plan like he was brought forward? I believe he was. I believe that Mitch Snow, the idiot, and Candace had a whole discussion before they did that show and planned all of that out. As a matter of fact, they had a discussion when she read that so-called letter. And they planned all of that out. And what they did not expect was all these loopholes. It's like she did it so recklessly. You know, she's raising money for him, 6 figures, for him to basically take all the hits. She gets to turn around and dump everything on him and not take accountability. Oh, we're not married to this guy or this Miss Snow guy. Where he come from? But her cult members aren't smart enough to say, this girl lies about a lot of stuff. She omits a lot of information. She already says she does it intentionally because she thinks she's playing chess. Why would I not believe that her and this Miss Snow person did not come up with this just to have content? Because, you know, negative attention is still better than none. I believe he did. They did come together and come up with this stupid plan to do all this that they've done just so she could bring Erica Kirk into the fold. Because I think that's what Candace is going for in her mind. She used this Mitch Snow guy to go along with this dumbass plan and conspiracy theory just so she can pull in Erica Kirk into her so-called, oh, here's another person I'm blaming for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. His own wife. She's just too cowardly to say it herself directly. So they did that whole nonsense, that all that blah, 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 just for her to get to a point where, oh, now he's talking about bringing it. Well, I didn't say that. That came from him. But no, he said it on your platform. He said it on your show. You're responsible for what your guests are saying and putting out there. She wants to act like a kid when it comes to her being held accountable. But she didn't care when he was sitting here saying, oh, I saw Erica Kirk at the hotel and blah, blah, blah on this day and this time. Okay, well, how sure are you? What's the percentage of surety you have? Not, can you show me a photo or a video? Now, how sure are you about that? And it goes back and says, well, he said it, not me. You know, I just read what he said. Like, I have no way to prove it one way or the other. No, you do. It's called video footage. It's called photos. It's called, you know, getting documentation. Something he may have signed. People are showing flight tickets, showing photos, videos for some alibi that she's not entitled to know. And yet, Candace didn't even challenge him on why he didn't take out his phone and take a photo. You saw Erica Kirk in a hotel. You don't need the hotel's permission to take a picture in the hotel. Why didn't you pull out your phone and take a picture of Erica Kirk in this hotel you saw her in? That would have had a date and time stamp too. You know that? Like, she never asked him that. She never pushed back. It was just, I don't even call that an interview. It was just a squabble between two chicken heads. That would have been the easiest question. Why didn't you pull your phone out and take a picture of Erica Kirk in this hotel? Because now they moved the goalpost to say, well, he didn't say he saw her on the base. He said he saw her at the hotel on the 8th. Still can't prove that she was there, though. No evidence at all. One would assume, even if she drove there, she would have at least had to stop and get gas and get something to eat. That means she would have had receipts for a proof of purchase, receipts to show she got gas. She would have been captured on a camera at the gas station, at the restaurant. She would not have been able to do anything without being captured on a camera somewhere along the way. If she flew there, then you're talking about cameras in the airport, flight ticket confirmation, receipts for that purchase of that airline ticket. There's documentation that can be produced. She's just too lazy to not even think about it because it doesn't fit her moot point. And it would demolish her whole conspiracy scam with this moron who claims he saw people he would never recognize because he said the only person he would recognize from TPUSA was Charlie Kirk. How would he know how the head of security looked? This is stuff he said on her show. That's, but once again, when it comes to the code, what's 4.6? Deep fried chicken. That's what they want to believe. And she feeds them that nonsense. So it's definitely something they concocted up. Definitely something they planned to me. That's just my personal opinion on that. That's how I feel about it. She had to apologize for the first time ever. Are you serious? Is that why he didn't sue her? I think it's another grift. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Mochi said, LLC, check your email. The video shows Candace in a rap video. Sorry for the caps. Trying to get your attention. Got it. Candace is in a rap video. Okay, we'll play that after the second video we're gonna get to. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. It's 2:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I appreciate you guys' support and tuning in. Hit the like button. I need to email LLC, but we'll send later tonight. Lady Luck Club LLC at yahoo.com. Feel free to email me. Candace in a rap video. She was part of the Jewish Cornell Company. God. I have a theory about why Candace defamed the Macrons. Shall I share it? Feel free. Feel free. No harm, no foul in sharing what you feel and what you think. Owen later apologized. You can't make that up. Candace may be a man. Candace, do I need to break out the Jermaine Stewart photo? It's so ironic. He's wearing a sweater that says man. Girl. Don't make me pull out the Jermaine Stewart photo. Candace also taking photos with people while she's pregnant with other women, grabbing their behinds. So, that's not even a cute photo pose. It's like, why are you grabbing this woman's butt? Wow. All right, y'all, let's get back to this.
And my understanding is, and Charlie was willing to support it. Others were willing to support it. But one of my favorite filters, I call confession through projection. So if you hear somebody make weird accusations against you, just flip it and assume that rather than you, they're talking about I. And I think what you'll find is where there may have been misappropriation of funds, private inurement beyond benefit, misdirection of funds, is with Candace Owens, is my guess.
Yep.
Because the kind of people that are eager to make those kind of accusations when they don't have an evidentiary foundation and don't fit who was running TPUSA, usually are people that are guilty of it themselves. And that's what I suspect.
Common tactic from the Democrats, that they're always accusing Republicans and conservatives of what they're actually doing. We see that all the time.
Well, look at it. If you go back to Russiagate, doesn't it describe the Biden family? They said there's a family that's corrupt whose son is involved.
That would imply Candace is a Democrat.
In the corruption. There's even connections to sexual perversion. There's even connections to Ukraine and Russia. I mean, it was the Biden family corruption. They just
the Steele dossier from Hillary Clinton. She's
let me go for it.
Things.
Yeah, no.
Or my challenges to people, or what I want people to think about. You could have somebody could have broken into one of those rooms or gotten in one of those rooms. They had a clear shot through an open window and could have killed Charlie Kirk. And yet the onus is allegedly on the security team, because people are expecting Secret Service level security for Charlie Kirk, who's had private security and had a PSD team. All right. A personal security detail, or we call them a close protection detail. It is a close protection. They were working as bodyguards. The only thing they can really handle is about a 30-yard bubble around Charlie. And even that, like any of those people, if you go look back at the footage, we had a rope line that they had like bicycle racks. But just about any person out there, and then you have 13 of the security team total. Some were out in the crowd. Most of them, 6 to 7 of them, were around Charlie. But you had a guy here, and then like a dozen people or more on the rope line, several people deep, and then another security team member. Anybody in there could have pulled out a gun and got a shot off at Charlie. And then, of course, we had dozens and dozens of rooms that were facing Charlie that somebody could have taken a shot from an open window. So you have the security team that I guess people are proposing, like the Secret Service, that spends millions and millions of dollars per venue, not a yearly budget, millions and millions of dollars per venue, hundreds of people on the ground with many different jobs. They would actually go and secure every single one of those rooms, have somebody posted in those rooms, and would secure that place. And that's what you expect out of Charlie's security detail. We're talking about this one vulnerability, but in reality, there are hundreds of vulnerabilities. That UVU allowed guns on campus. All right. If there's 3,000 people on there and only 5% are carrying a weapon, that's 150 guns in that crowd. So these are all things that people aren't considering. So no, it wouldn't be just one drone. If you're going to actually secure the area, and by the way, if it was just one drone, it's not hard to evade a drone. Like you can tell which way they're looking. And then that drone operator is looking at a screen this big. I think there could have been 5 drones out there and Tyler Robinson still could have got that shot off. But the fact is, UVU didn't allow drones, period. You can argue whatever you want, but
Candace won't even go to UVU herself. You know, all these dumb theories that her cult base keep throwing her way in that tip line that's not vetted. She could just go to UVU herself. You have these dumb questions about, well, you believe the FBI narrative? The FBI is not painting the narrative. This is a matter that belongs to the state of Utah Attorney General. They're the ones bringing forth the charges. They're the investigators. They're the ones that have the burden of proof, not the FBI. So I quite frankly give a damn about what the FBI think. This is not their case. But they ask these dumbass questions that have nothing to do with anything, while they still simultaneously somehow forget the FBI is not even spearheading this investigation. Neither does the FBI pay my bills. I mean, who cares? So why ask us what we expect you to believe when you won't believe what can be researched and factually based? That's how simple these cult members are. They're simpletons. They don't even try to use rational thought. Don't ask us what you should think about the FBI when the FBI is not spearheading the investigation. And when no matter what evidence is put forth before them, it's not good enough. So questions like that, just so you all understand, that's why I laugh at it, because it's so stupid. It's a stupid question. And I try not to say that often, but there are times where you just have to admit someone is asking a stupid question. It is stupid to ask anyone outside of their little cult what they should believe if they don't believe anything, even if it's evidence. What do you care what we expect you to believe? Why are you asking it like that? But that's how they are. So for them to understand something complex like a security detail, in their mind, they don't care. They just want to blame the security detail. They don't care that the fact that Charlie Kirk was sitting low in a kill zone, basically, in the kill box. Anyone with the vantage point would have been at the advantage, period. Anyone that's higher up, elevated above where Charlie Kirk was sitting, would have had the advantage. So whether that person was on the roof or in another building inside of a room with a window, whether it was 100 feet away, 160 feet away, it would not have mattered. As long as they were able to bring a weapon on and get the advantage. Charlie Kirk was already sitting down inside of the kill box, down where, he probably wouldn't even be able to see where this person is. What Gary is saying is they still would have been able to make that shot, even if you added on more security. Because ideally, you would have to have every single room secured, the rooftop secured. Do you understand how many people, like as far as security, that would have to be? It's way more than what UVU could even offer them. Charlie Kirk's security detail plus whatever UVU campus police was provided was still underwhelming. It was still not enough. In order to secure something with 3,000 plus people there, you probably would need that same amount of security detail. Would you not? You would need the same number of law enforcement. You would definitely need enough there to secure Charlie Kirk 365, meaning front, both sides, and the rear. In every room, on every floor, and all the rooftops surrounding him in the kill box. And I'm not saying that to be to be emotionless. I'm saying that's what that's described as. And if you could not put security in every single room around those buildings he was sitting down in the middle of, if you couldn't even get security to cover every single building and still have, people surrounding him in that tent, then you're still coming up short. So all the backlash that the security is catching is unreasonable, because you would need at least, 300 to 400, you would need at least 10% of the people out there in the crowd. And for the area coverage, you're talking about a huge campus. It's unreasonable to say, oh, well, they should have did this and that, when the same people saying that don't understand how security details work anyway. And they refuse to, Google definitions of terms. So that's the point Gary is making here. It simply was not enough to cover if you're talking about coverage everywhere. So Brian Harpool already feels sorry. He already feels bad about what's happened. No one, especially when you work security, no one wants to lose a client like that. He already feels guilty. Don't make it unreasonable. The Colts going to do whatever they're going to do. But even if you're, trying to look at this logically and reasonably, he would have needed at least 300 security detail persons out there to maintain a crowd of 3,000 and to secure all the buildings, every room, every floor, the rooftop access to all these buildings. I mean, they would have needed so many security details, to the point where would they be able to provide that? Would that have even been reasonable? I don't think there's nothing that could have been done reasonably to even cover all that area footage. It wouldn't have been reasonable. That he took that shot 160 feet away. It's crazy. All right, let's get back to it.
The guest, which was Charlie Kirk, isn't going to get there. His people are not going to get into a pissing contest, just like I wasn't going to get into a pissing contest with law enforcement and or the UVU administration when they think that they have the law and their policies on their side. Like, they're just like, hey, all right, we can't fly drones. And this was verified not only by me, who tried to fly a drone and was shut down by UVU, but on top of that, by Andrew, who did try to fly a drone early on. Andrew Faraci, who was the hired photographer. We just had him on, did a full interview, and he tried to fly a drone at the beginning. He got there at 9 a.m. and was trying to fly a drone early on, and they said he couldn't. So the idea that Brian Harpool lied about not being able to fly a drone, okay, you're the one lying. All right, that's just a fact. So no drones were flown. We've proven that many times. We've shown the pictures that were on Charlie's Instagram. It was a 360 wide angle picture taken from a Insta360 on a pole from the second floor deck. It looks like drone footage. And I understand why Frank, looking at that, thought it was a drone shot. It wasn't. So moving on. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Robert.
Yeah, I mean, people ask me about the proof. This is the most overwhelming proof of an assassination that I can remember. I mean, you have video proof of him basically kind of appears to be figuring out the scene, walking it before in one outfit, then coming back in another outfit. Then you have him on videotape going up to the building, running over to the spot where the shot was taken, running off the building. You have, and who is it that identifies him? Not the FBI, his mother, his father. That's who identifies him. He then confesses to his mother, to his father, to the deputy that took him in, to his partner, and to a discussion board. It's a gun that he possessed that his father gave him that was his grandfather's gun, found at the scene. His DNA is found on the gun, on the bullets of the gun, and on the roof. I mean, his only chance is what? Jury nullification. And I would add one to that question before. Candace appears to be tight with his defense team because she put out statements about what conversations he had.
Trying to get that boy off.
And it's like, what would be the source for what conversations he had with the defense team as to what the defense team was thinking that day in the courtroom? Unless she is working for the defense. That's at least what it appears to me.
Or at least colluding with them in some way. Because I do think, look, her entire narrative, well, I don't know which one you want to pick, but her entire narratives rely on Tyler Robinson not being the shooter. They rely on that. So if that's proven, then everything she's been saying falls apart. Jacqueline says, why do people think anyone is entitled to all the evidence before it sees a courtroom and jury? Do people not know anything about death penalty cases? I don't get it.
Yeah, to your point, the people think that the FBI is holding stuff back. This entire case at this stage is being run by the Utah County State Prosecutor and local police. And the FBI has no role in it at this point. I would like them to be investigating other possible co-conspirators. I don't think they are, unfortunately. And I've been very critical of them related to it. Joe Kent tried to investigate from an intelligence angle, different foreign government possible involvement. He was shut down. I was highly critical of that. Alex Jones is the one who outed all that months ago. But the Utah law requires a strict control over evidence. So so one is a death penalty case, but two, it's Utah. And Utah has strict control over what gets disclosed and what doesn't. And generally speaking, they don't allow any evidence to be published that doesn't come out at the preliminary hearing. And I hope they video broadcast that, because I think that will, will answer a good number of questions. They put on a real show at that preliminary hearing to go beyond what.
You got these morons and these bots sitting here talking about we demand everything, and they don't give a damn. Candace doesn't even care. She's trying to literally taint the jury pool selection. It's just disgusting to sit here and to say, I lost my best friend, but Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Despite video evidence. Like, it's deplorable. And then to sit here and to try to blame something on, it's the feds narrative, the feds slop. It's not the feds. They're not doing the investigation. Don't care. They don't even target the right people when they say that. But, fundamentals like that, once again, 4 + 6 to the candy ass cult members is fried chicken legs with hot sauce.
They normally do to show how overwhelming the evidence actually is against him. But in Utah, they're not allowed to disclose the evidence except outside of a court proceeding in a criminal case. So that's why they legally cannot go out and show all the video footage, show all the photo footage, show all the rest, unless it comes out in court itself.
That's interesting. I know
all the laws.
Thank you for becoming a member. And again, folks, if you'd like to support the channel, you can become a member.
Okay, so let's get to the next video. I just wanted to kind of touch on those things. Make sure you guys go check out. Shout out Paramount Tactical, because I really want to get to the next video where he does this interview with the spouse, and he shows some. Oh man, the video footage he shows in the beginning here. We've already seen that, but this right here. Yeah, this is something else. So this is the second, this is the one he did yesterday where he interviewed the estranged wife that he's still legally married to. And you honestly just see why it's so hard. Like, this guy here had a whole accent. He just, minus the beard, there are just some distinguishing facial features that just does not look the same to me from the idiot she had on her show, but whatever. It's like, where is his accent? The tone of voice, it just, I don't know. I still have this gut feeling that it's not the same person, but for the sake of just, okay, there's evidence out here, and I'm not trying to even make it worse. But just deep down, it's just a gut feeling where I just feel like it's not the same person. But let's check out this video, and then we'll get to the interview and end out on a positive note. 10 minutes, 11 minutes before it is New Year's in the Pacific time zone. So let's get to it.
You're ruining our relationship because you gave your keys to your cousin.
I didn't give my keys to anybody.
You're the one who asked him to mess with your car. I haven't touched this car in forever. It's been in my way. I'd like it out of the way. I have no idea where the keys are. Would love to know. But that's not what we were doing today. But you have to do this. You have to. Don't defend
ask you a question. I can defend myself all I want because you're being.
No, it just, man, even his mannerisms and stuff. It's like, I get this is 10 years ago. Well, I mean, it's like it's just a huge difference to me from the goon that was on her show. So different. What is he whining? It's like he's whining about something.
Same.
You want to video record shit?
You want to threaten to hit my car with a hammer?
Oh my God, he actually did it.
Marriage over, bitch. Goodbye.
Oh my God.
Then you stop it.
You know what? Do it all you want. Go ahead.
I don't want to. I want you to fucking start treating me better than you treat this car.
Jesus Christ.
This is how you treat us.
This is crazy.
Wait. My wife neglects us, ignores us, and then screams at us on Saturday mornings about things that are completely unimportant to her. Blames me for losing things I haven't touched.
Tried to ask you if you knew where they were.
I did, and
I'm just like, I mean, oh God, the way he acts here, it just seems like a drastic difference from this guy here.
Doors and the other doors, and she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and, break my thumbs, my feet, back my skull. And I got the hammer.
What year was this?
That was 25 June 2016.
So this is how long this has been going on. And just so everyone knows, Mitch is still trying to get a divorce. This has been going on almost 10 years.
Eventually, I was hearing my son cry. I was worried about him, having her maul him with the dogs again. And she'd done that multiple times. He had been hurt really bad. So when I heard him crying, I used the hammer to go ahead and break the door handle to get back in, to get to my keys, get my son, get my phone. I used the hammer to go ahead and break the.
This just seems like a totally different person from this person here. This is crazy.
what is so bad about being a smartass?
Yeah. What question is it?
I cut a piece of this off. Anyways, she goes back out. I'll correct the video. I'll fix it. I'll put it back up there, folks.
Yeah, I was gonna fast forward a little bit because YouTube is weird. So
that she went and basically.
Good grief.
16.
Malicious mischief. He was found guilty. So for those that keep saying he was not found guilty of anything, here it is, right here. It's still a criminal charge. He was found guilty. I mean, if they're pulling up court documents here, how did they miss that? If you're looking at court documents, why lie against something that can be read by all who choose to read or those that can read? Like it clearly says he is found guilty. Why is Candace and the Candy ass cult members lying about this idiot not being found guilty of a criminal charge? This is simple. Guilty. There you go. Now, he hasn't been found guilty of anything. What the hell are they looking at? Oh man, the mushrooms must be something else in that alternate reality. Can't make this up.
So I want that to sink in just for a moment. He said that she went and basically lured him back into the house, brought him out into the, like, I'm just so mad about this right now. Brought him into the garage that she had set up as a prison, essentially, right? And then she beat him with a hammer. And then, she was going to keep him locked in the garage, I guess, but then she left the hammer out of there. And then to get back in so that she wouldn't maul their child with the dogs, he broke in the house and beat the doorknob off with the hammer that she conveniently left out of there. And from what we just saw, he contrived the story into that. He took the fact that he was out there damaging her car, being threatening, being a complete psycho. And then as she goes back in, he just takes it out on the doorknob. And I can't believe I cut off that piece, but don't worry. We'll play it here in a minute. But the fact is
okay.
He made up that entire story whole cloth. And we have documentation where he was arrested for this. She went in and called the cops. They came. Was it some big conspiracy that she had already had set up and she had coordinated with, the local law enforcement to have him detained and have him taken to jail? Like he claims in that crazy podcast where he's just lying through his teeth nonstop. He says he's retired. He's not retired. He says he fell and broke every bone in his body. If that was true, he would be retired because he said he did it on a training accident. The guy's a psycho. The guy's a liar. And we've proven it. And credibility matters in this for all the things that I laid out earlier. It doesn't matter if he was there. Like that is the most irrelevant part. Guess what? He was in the garage We know he was. We have videotape of him. But what didn't happen was Lene didn't beat him with a hammer. Lene didn't knock him over the head with a hammer. Lene didn't set the garage up as a detainment facility. And then he didn't beat the doorknob off because she locked him out of there and just happened to leave the hammer out there. So that's where we're at with all this. And I'm going to bring Lene on here. So Lene, first of all, welcome to the show. I'm sorry that you have to relive some of these things. Man, it makes me mad. So anyways, Lene, if you will, just take a little bit of time and I don't know. Let's just start at the beginning. Let's start out how you met Harry. I have some questions about his name changes and things like that, but you have the floor and take it where you want to go.
Okay. Thank you for having me on. I met him in the summer of 2009.
You're gay.
I had a family member that was getting married. She was friends with him. She was having just a small backyard wedding, and so I went up a few days early to help her just do all the stuff to get ready. And she was saying that she had a friend coming that used to live in Bellingham. He had gone to California and he was coming back, so she had to leave at some point to go pick him up. I think he came in on the bus, so she went to pick him up. And he came in and he was this very charming, charismatic man, and I fell for him. We spent the weekend together just talking nonstop and really got to know each other really quickly. And I went back home to the other side of the state and he just kept calling me constantly, like literally spending 40 hours a week on the phone with me the first several weeks. And at some point he joked about interrogating me because he was just constantly asking me questions nonstop, and it became a joke to him, but it wasn't a joke. He was actually interrogating me. He was learning everything he could that he would later, twist and turn and try to use whatever he could get to use against me. And also to find out who I am, because, classic of the kind of person he is, learning everything about the target so that he can present himself as the perfect guy for me. He liked everything I liked. We had so much in common. This was great. He's great. And I didn't know at the time that people like that existed, that someone could be so convincingly fake. That the man I fell in love with was not the truth of who he was. When I met him, he was Harry Larry Myers. And, he started with, I'm a former Green Beret, I'm medically retired, I had this horrible fall, my ex-wife is horrible, kept my kids from me, and, I haven't been able to see them in so long. And, he's just this poor little wounded man who just needs a good woman to understand him. And
now, when you met him, did he have a job or anything like that?
No, he hasn't worked it had been several years before I even met him that he had left work. He had gotten, I never understood it. He said he got 100% disability pay from the VA, but said he wasn't rated at 100%. It was like rated at 90%, but paid 100%. And they had also helped him when he got that. He didn't get out of the army with that much, but he got that eventually. And when he got to that point, they had also helped him get Social Security disability. So he was bringing in pretty good money from all that. But yeah, he hadn't worked in years.
Probably a little over, depending on locality pay in Washington, probably at least a little over $3,000 a month, something like that.
He was between the two. Yeah, he had about $4,000 a month when I met him.
Wow.
So you guys decided to get married. Was there any, before you guys got married, was there any red flags that you saw? And look, one of the things I want to hopefully get out of this, Lene, is for women and men to see your story and, hopefully understand these red flags and identify them for what they are. Because I see this too many times where women and men, they fall into the cycle where they're attracted to the same type of person and they get in this cycle of abuse where they go from one person to the next to the next. It's like they're tricked every single time. So, hopefully your story can be a warning to others and, to hope, number one, make sure that this doesn't happen with Harry ever again, or Mitchell, or whatever his name is. So women know what the truth is about this guy, and he's not going to, pull the wool over their eyes again in the future. And then secondly, just make sure that people can spot these types of warning signs and not get into the same situation that you did, unfortunately.
I'm sure there were plenty of red flags, but I didn't see them for what they were at the time. But, later I learned things like I didn't know about love bombing. He moved so fast and he said all the right things, and he decided he wanted to move to the Tri-Cities to be with me, and, might as well just live with you because why, pay rent on a separate house. And I had never lived with anybody. I had never gotten this serious with somebody so fast. And he just kept putting that idea in my head. And so finally, I think it was 2 months after I met him, he was living with me, and then proposed to me in December, and we eloped in February and then had our big wedding in August. The red flags are definitely that's moving so fast, saying all the right things, just making it out that he is my ideal person and everything I like, he likes as well. It's amazing how much we have in common. And hey, let's not ask too many questions, but let's move in together really quick. And oh yeah, now we need to go get married really quick. I mean, I don't know why I fell for it. It's embarrassing now looking at, but I will say the man that you saw on these videos, it's not the man that
least she can admit that. Candace, is there anything you want to admit to us about your so-called 18-day proposal from Boys Club? You know, if you would like to admit anything about how fast that was, Candace, you have the floor. you even in this situation, as horrible as she was treated, she can at least admit that she moved fast with him after 2 months. Boys Club proposed to Candace after 18 damn days with no romance at all. Not even a date. And then he did it over a Zoom call. This is madness. Just logical things like that. Like, she's at least able to admit that was fast, too fast. It was just, Candace, batter up, girl.
I met, he was one, younger and thinner and more attractive back then. And also he was more convincing back then. As time has gone on, his lies have gotten bigger and more absurd.
We made it, y'all. 3:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Happy New Year to all of those on the West Coast. In the Pacific time zone, Happy New Year to you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hit the like button for me, and I appreciate you guys' support. This is something else. Candace, it's okay to admit that you and Boys Club just, y'all lost your minds. 18 days? God, can't make this up. Happy New Year to all of you all finally in the West Coast area. All right. We finally migrated from the Utah time zone. We're now in the West Coast. Happy New Year to you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. And I'm sure there's other time zones to cover. But at least we made it across the US. All right, let's get back to this. This is really hard. I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to hear of what she went through. Seeing that we saw portions of that video. I mean, dude is just throwing a tantrum like a man baby child.
Believable, and he's become worse at portraying those lies. Like when I met him, he had his lies of his past, and they were set in cement. That was his whole persona. So he was really good at telling those stories and making you believe them. But then suddenly, not too long after we got married, I mean, he had told me he didn't know where his ex-wife was. She had stopped letting him see the kids. He hadn't seen them for years. He didn't know how to find them, and so suddenly he finds this little piece of information. And then later, I find out her mom had lived in the same place all these years. He knew that she had gotten married. He knew her new married name. He had sent her a message on Facebook. I didn't know any of that until later. Like the whole story was just a lie. He was just waiting for some sucker to come along and help finance what he wanted to do to go after her to see those kids. And that's when I really started seeing everything for what it was. Like we were trying to have a baby, and then suddenly he found his kids, and things got so serious so quickly, going through that court case. And I was like, okay, that's it. I can't have a baby right now. And of course, as soon as I stopped trying, that's when I get pregnant. So my whole pregnancy and my son's first year was dealing with this.
When you say his kids, you're talking about, well, you know what? I won't even say their names just in case, but his daughter and his son.
Correct. Yeah. So he started trying to get visitation.
Not Cameron on the show. Got it.
Yeah, the middle two. Yeah. And that's when he started saying things about that life. I was like, this isn't adding up. And the more he would say, the more I would see him for who he was. And then, I mean, like I said before, I think Valhalla talked about it. The first time he hit me, my son was 2 weeks old. And so going through all of that, I started seeing through it. And then he started getting violent. And then I was just scared. So before that, it was all emotional and mental manipulation. And, there were plenty of red flags. So, know what love bombing is, know what these things are, know what to look out for. When somebody moves that fast, it's not a good sign. It's not because they're super in love with you. Look deeper.
Let me ask you this. He ended up changing his name to Mitchell Snow. I'm assuming that when you met him, he was going by Harry Myers, correct?
Yes.
And what was his reasoning behind changing his name to Mitchell Snow?
He told me he'd been wanting to change his name for a long time. By the way, I'd never heard the cartel story. That was not the reason he gave. The reason he gave was that his dad was not a good man and he didn't want to carry his name. He had been wanting to change his last name to Mitchell because that had been the last name of somebody that had been in his life at one point. But then all of a sudden he was like, but hey, your name's really important to you and you want to carry on your name and you're a published author. So how about I take your name and Mitchell will be my first name and then I'll put Harrison as my middle name so that Harry still makes sense. And I was like, that's weird. Like he was saying this before we got married and I was just like, that's kind of weird. You've been telling me since I met you, you want to be Mitchell as your last name, and now suddenly you want to take my name, and like, what the heck? And he just talked me into it, and I was like, okay.
Okay, what would be his reason for changing his whole name again? Because it certainly was not because he was running from cartels. What kind of nonsense? Like, he changed his whole name because he got married. I mean, but what was the premise behind that? Was it to evade that custody case? This is so weird. Like, it just the dumb decisions he made here. And he put her through so much after she got pregnant and had a kid. That's already hard on a woman mentally, emotionally, and physically. To have been pregnant and give birth, you got to take care of this baby and all this stuff, and then he's making it worse with all this BS. Not even being really supportive and focusing on the child, is dragging her through his bullshit. This is the second woman that has been on Paramount Tactical show that spoke of Mitch Snow having them pay his legal fees. And now he's going to cash out on $250,000 for legal costs because reasons. This is madness. It's madness. At some point, this case has to come to an end, and he's going to have to just get the hell over it and let the wife get a divorce and keep living or whatever. But leave her alone. It's like he wants to go through this litigation matter that's costing all this money. 2 women have spent all this money on his attorney's fees and his court costs. And for what? That's a waste of money. This dude is crazy. It's so crazy. That money Candace got him in his Mexico sipping margaritas. Exactly. She's helping him raise $250,000 for legal fees, but yet there's no other legal case that's going on aside from the divorce and these protection orders. So to say that you're helping him pay legal costs, you're helping him pay for these stupid court cases that he's bringing upon himself. The protection orders, he brings that on himself because people are filing protection orders against him and they're being granted. He's going through this divorce proceeding. It seems like he's been going through it for years. It's like, dude, just get divorced. Stop holding these women hostage in these marriages. He changes his entire name. I've never heard that in my life. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. He'll probably change his name again. Probably. Once he cashed out this $250,000. Yeah, I foresee him changing his name again. And then coming up with a whole new storyline on why he had to change his name from Harry Lawrence Myers, to Mitchell Harrison Snow, to, Larry Curly Moe. Because he decided to go on Candace's show with her dumb plan to throw out Erica Kirk's name because of reasons. Got paid $250,000 of everybody else's money, not hers. Everybody else's money that she allowed him to fundraise. She helped him to fundraise. And then he's going to go out and change his name again. It's insane. This guy is absolute psycho. Yeah, that makes me want to watch the movie Misery. I might watch that movie. He's like the male version of Misery. Shout out to Kathy Bates. I might watch that movie. I'm serious. I might watch that as soon as I'm done with this live. I'm gonna watch Misery because you can't make this stuff up. You got the hammer, you got a car involved. You got this psychopath making somebody's life miserable. He's claiming he's got back injuries and stuff like that. It's got most of all the elements in Misery. Oh my good Lord. All right, y'all, let's get back to it. This is crazy. This is crazy.
So I think it was about a week before we got married. We went to the courthouse and got his name changed. And I didn't expect him to change his whole complete name. And I do think part of it was to hide from his past.
I mean, it's almost like, I hate to laugh about it, but I mean, it's almost ridiculous. Like I'm just trying to imagine the shoe was on the other foot, where if I'm getting ready to marry my wife and she's like, you know what? My name is Summer, but I want to change it to Rachel, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's every time that we get into the weeds with this guy, it just blows my mind. The level of strange shit that comes out. That just I don't know. It's hard to wrap your mind around all this stuff. And that crazy thing is, person after person, this is it's just a cycle of every woman that's had a relationship with him. And by the way, I've had 2 individuals that know him, that were friends with him. One of them was in the Army, called me yesterday. I spent 2 hours on the phone. It was the same thing. He was like, Gary, we were good friends, and then things just got weird. And then, he was telling me all kinds of stories. Anyways, so at that point, you had never heard anything about the cartels, him being in witness protection. Like, what was his backstory when he was telling you about his past?
He'd been married. I didn't even know about his first wife until after we were married. The one time I saw a picture of her, he's like, "Oh, that's my ex with her kid." It wasn't until after I got married that I found out, no, that was your first ex-wife with your kid. But he just told me about the second ex-wife, who, I thought was the only ex-wife, and those kids and how she had stopped letting him see them. And, he just wanted to see his kids and how important they were to him. Told me about how he had been doing this. His fall was, he was making a training course, I guess, path, whatever you want to call it, for climbing for training purposes in the Army. And that he had fallen 80 to 100 feet, and he was alone, of course, because why wouldn't you do dangerous activities alone for the Army? And he had to drag him. He broke, like he said, broke every bone in his body and had to drag himself through the forest and across the river. And I was just like, that seems odd. But that was his story. And he told the same story every single time. And then, strangely enough, they didn't, he's broken that badly, but that's not why he got out of the Army. He broke his back again when he was pushed out of a plane without a parachute, because that was a whole other story he has, where another NDA he had to sign, by the way. That time he had to go to the White House with when Clinton was.
Yeah, he said he was pushed out of a plane without a parachute. I'm definitely watching Misery after this. What the heck is that? He was pushed out of a plane without a parachute. Wouldn't that be murder? Attempted murder at the very least. How close to the ground was this plane? What the hell? Yeah, this is priceless. He was pushed out of a plane without a parachute. What in the entire F word? You can't make this up. This is so absurd. He was pushed out of a plane without a parachute. Dana said Candace could not have found a less credible person. She knew, and she did not care. She didn't. She needed somebody that can be the fall guy that was just as deplorable and damn narcissistic as she is, that lies with impunity, just so he can say the words, "I saw Erica Kirk at a hotel." I'm telling y'all, that's what it comes down to with this. And she probably told him up front, I'm going to sit here and blame everything on you, right? If I get caught, you're going to be the fall guy. You got to be ready to go and disappear. Because I'm blaming everything on you. I'm not going to give you money, but I'll help you fundraise. And we'll set the bar so high, it's unexplainable. How do you explain helping him raise $250,000? And he hasn't shown one receipt or invoice from any attorney about an actual court case against the federal government. We don't care about his personal cases that he has because he refuses to just get divorced and leave these women alone. And it's concerning to hear about all these protection orders against him. But the legal costs you think that she would help him raise money for would be if he filed a case against the government because of how he claimed he was treated in the military. And there's no case with that. I have not seen any court documents of that type of case. It's so crazy. He's saying that he was pushed out of a plane without a parachute. My God. My God. He's traumatized these poor women. Moki it's crazy how different the world looks after the absolute last day. Women also trauma blocked from being trauma bonded. Yeah. Candace didn't expect anyone to dig into his past because she said she had. Candace, if you're dumb enough to think that people are going to just believe what you say when you won't even drop names based on you saying that in a post, you won't even follow what you put up in a post about naming names with TPUSA. And somehow you think people are supposed to just believe whatever words come out of your mouth outside of your coat. And bots are bots. Everybody's supposed to believe what you say, girl. If you don't kick rocks, that is a lie from the pit of hell, Candace. You might want to return that lie to sender. We're not obligated to believe anything you say, period. Not one word. You don't pay any of our bills. You're not even adding money to this so-called fundraising thing. You're letting your cult base, because I guess they're dumb enough to do it, give him so far over $145,000 raised. She's not even adding money to that. And if she were, she would prove it. Show a receipt, Candace. Post up a receipt where you've contributed to Midget Snow's legal costs or whatever the hell that is on Save Go Now. Or Save Go Send, whatever it is. Post up a receipt. Show proof that you put money in it as well. Because otherwise, you're weaponizing your entire cult base to give this man money for reasons. And they can't even produce court documents to show he's going after the government. That's how stupid this whole thing is. She didn't think this dumb plan through. Because, going to some mass church, whatever, praying, God, please give me a new angle. I'm running out of content. And then all of a sudden, this is it. No. That's why you don't bring God into your mess, because he has a way of showing you who's God. That's why people came back and was like, look, no, we don't know who the hell this guy is. It's irrelevant. You brought him on your show just so he could say the name Erica Kirk. That's it. Because Candace is too cowardly to say this stuff about Erica Kirk herself. That's the only reason why. Otherwise, what use is he? He's useless. He's abusive. He's got protection orders against him. He's a pathological liar. What use is he? He's a non-MF factor in this whole equation. The only good that he served for Candace Owens is to say Erica Kirk was here just so she can rope her into her conspiracy. That's it. That's the only purpose of that. And she's paying him off through this social media fundraising so that he'll go away after this is said and done, and she could just blame him and put everything on him and not take accountability. Sometimes you got to remove all the fluff out the way to see exactly what the bottom line is. The bottom line was for her to have someone say somehow Erica Kirk is involved in her own husband's assassination. That's it. All this other BS, the way the abuse here, these women have had to suffer and endure. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. We're seeing this man throwing a tantrum with a hammer in his hand, hitting a car, but had her paying out his legal fees. You can't make this up.
In office, and they had him sign an NDA for that whole story.
In the White House?
Yeah, because I'm sure that's what you do when you're a low-level military guy. They bring you to the White House personally to sign the NDA.
I used to go to the White House at least 3 or 4 times a week back when I was there.
I'm sure.
Oh, God.
But yeah, he had a whole story about that. It's insane. I was like, that can't be real. But nope, that's what happened. I broke my back the second time. And then at some point after that, they finally decided, okay, you're too broken. You need to get out of the army. he claims he was medically retired. And it's always he was a special forces medic. He's very insistent on being called a medic. And then I find out he wasn't at all. Like, I don't know why you lie about that. And he also made it sound like he had been special forces, like he was the youngest person ever to get into special forces. And most of his time in the military, he had been special forces. And now I find out it was a year. Just everything, even this backstory, I don't think anything about it, except maybe his name, was ever real.
Wow.
Unreal.
A whole fake life.
Like you said, number one, right after you
grief.
had your son, things started becoming abusive. And then kind of take it from there, because this is where things get really dark. And yeah, no, it's bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, he got abusive. Like I said, hit me for the first time. He was just getting said it had been a lot of mental and emotional. Like in that video, he complains about how I would take his keys and hide and lock him in the house. Well, no, he would do that to me. I was going to work. I would be going to work and I can't find my keys. I remember one day I spent 30 minutes. I searched the house up and down, top to bottom, like 10 times. And then all of a sudden there my keys are on the kitchen island. I know I had checked that spot 10 times before.
What the
My keys weren't there. Suddenly they were. He was just always trying to mess with me. And he'd tell me I was crazy. And no, that was straight up gaslighting me. And he just got worse and worse. When my son was 2, I came home and he was in the garage with his friend and my son was in the house alone, which we had agreed would not ever happen. And I just went to the garage and I was like, I brought you everything you asked for. So he would regularly call me at work and be like, bring me Nicorette gum, bring me Red Bull, Coke, pizza. That day, I think it was at least 3 of those things. So I went and I was like, I brought you your stuff. I'm taking Nate and I'm going upstairs. I am so mad at you, but I'm not going to talk about it in front of this other person. He follows me in, starts screaming at me, grabbed my finger and like pulled my fingers back so hard. It hurt so bad. And then he's screaming at me to step away from him. And I'm like, you're holding my hand. You're trying to break my finger. He's like, step away from me or I'm going to break it off. I'm like, I can't step away from you when you've got my finger twisted back in your hand. And then he left and took my son and I didn't know where my son was for a day. I called the police and they're like, he's in bad. He can take him if he wants. And he called me later and he's like, yeah, I called the police too. And they're going to come arrest you. And me and the cop are going fishing later. And it was like,
what?
You do what I say, you get in line, or this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to lie to the police and get you arrested.
Like,
and
he's such a B word. Oh, he's such a simp. It's like this dude lives to make other people miserable. Yeah, does that remind you all of anybody? He gets pleasure in bringing misery upon everyone else. What kind of nonsense is that? And then he's once again weaponizing the child to get back at the mother. And for what? For what? I don't care if you are the dad. If you're taking the child under those circumstances, we had an argument. You're putting your hands on me. You're abusive. You're psychologically traumatizing. You're a complete nutcase. And you take my child. It only takes 5 minutes for you to go do something and hurt him and harm him, trying to get back at me. We're not going to pretend like there aren't parents out there that have done that to their own children, where they have taken their own kids' lives, trying to get back at the other parent. We're not going to pretend like that doesn't happen. That happens a lot more often than it should. So what if he took the child and then he did something to the kid? Then what? It is absolutely evil to do that. You're bringing the child into this, and for what? Oh my good Lord. He's a punk ass. I mean, it's just gross. You can't make this stuff up. I'm sorry. You just can't make this up. I don't know any real father that would take pleasure in sitting here, taking the kid. You done had an argument with the mother. So the kid probably heard the whole argument. Probably been exposed to that. And nobody's perfect. But probably been exposed to some heinous stuff. And then you take the child out the house. Child probably scared, wondering what's going on. And then you don't even say anything to the mother at all. And then you tell her you're going to call the police on her for her to get arrested. And for what? Based on what crime? And you don't tell me where my kid is? Are you kidding? Oh, my good Lord. This is all just to hurt her. It wasn't because he cared. There was something going on and he was concerned. No, all to hurt her. Because what reason would he have to call the police other than wasting resources and misusing 911? What was his purpose of calling 911 on her? For what? If something truly happened to the child, you take the kid out the house, first thing you would do is take the kid to the hospital. And then from there, social services get involved. They help you with a case, anything like that. If there's signs of abuse, you're trying to get the kid some help. The kid is being abused and you're scared to say something around the other parent. If that were the case, why not take the child straight to a hospital? You take the child out the house, then you say you call the police just for her to get arrested, not because you're concerned about something going on with the child. It's weaponizing the kid against the other parent. Absolutely deplorable. He's the worst.
Kidnap our son whenever I want. And he kept doing stuff like that. And then the next year, it seemed to be every summer for 3 summers there. The next year, he
Good job. Me too, Diane.
He started this whole thing. It lasted all night and into the next morning. Started with insisting I had to go out to eat with him. And got me in the car. Didn't give me a chance. I didn't have my phone or my keys, my wallet, anything.
God, man.
Went, got McDonald's. And then started driving and told me he was going to drive to Oregon and he was going to bury me alive in the desert. And then he was going to take Nate and he was going to keep driving. And he stopped as soon as we got over the Oregon border and pulled into there's like a rest stop, truck stop area there. And he yelled at me to get out. I was like, I am not getting out. Like at that point, there's no way in hell I'm leaving my son with you. You can kill me if you want to, but I'm not getting out of this car. And finally, he turned around and drove back and went to the police station in Richland and said, I'm going to go into the police and have you arrested. And that time I was able to get out and take Nate and tried to walk away. And he followed me and grabbed me and made me go back home with him. And then he's like, I'm leaving with Nate. And that time I couldn't get him. And he just kicked me out of the car. And I'm there in the dark. And I was like, I don't have my keys. What am I supposed to do? So he threw the house key out at me. So I'm like in the dark on the ground, searching through the gravel driveway, trying to find our house key. And I got in.
God.
And my phone was completely dead. I tried to charge it. And I had barely gotten it to just turn on. And he comes back and he yells at me, what are you doing? Did you call the police? I'm like, I'm about to. And he's like, no, you're going to go to bed. Take your son and go to bed.
Take
so I was
your
forced to go
son
to
and
our
go to
bedroom. I
bed.
wasn't allowed to.
Oh my good grief. Y'all, this is hard to hear. This is really hard to hear. Take your son and go to bed. So now he's not his son. The manipulation on this piece of POS is just it's incomprehensible. I can't. I can't. Man, this is hard to hear. This is really hard to hear. Oh my God, y'all, this is hard to hear. Stephanie, Gary did a interview with Alex Jones on Rumble. Did I read that right? Gary promised Alex he would pop back for 10 minutes and release the DMs. Candace sent him. I can't wait to see those. Are you serious? Well, I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, yes, tonight. Oh, wow. Cool. Yeah, the power trip on this guy is something else. This is really, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I don't know. I have no words. All I'm in my mind, what I'm visualizing is the trauma being caused onto this child from this grown ass man baby dude that's sitting here he's too busy trying to hurt the wife. He doesn't even care. Then he turns around and says, take your son and go to bed. You can't make this up. It's like this dude is schizophrenic and evil at the same time. It's so hard man. This is so hard to hear. Oh my God. Yeah, I feel you, Juju. I don't know. I think I'm gonna just pause it here because this is really, really, really hard to hear. It's really hard to hear. It's just certain things that just should never happen. And he's got the audacity to sit here and talk about a protection order. Ugh, my God. And he took her money too. Oh, good grief. Yeah, he did. He made her spend money on his attorney's fees. This is insane. I appreciate all of you guys on Rumble. I don't have Rumble. If you have the opportunity to get the video, or if it's on Twitter X, just do you mind emailing me the link? And we'll definitely go over that. Y'all, this is so hard to watch. Okay. Yeah, I'm good grief. I appreciate you too, Stephanie. I appreciate all of you guys. I appreciate it. I saw how are coats treating the victims. The coats don't care if you leave the coat. Sometimes they don't let you leave in one piece, or they don't let you leave at all. Because all the horrible things that went on in the coat, most times it comes down to, that type of information not being released. Like, cult leaders care about their image for some reason when they shouldn't. Like Candace, she can never apologize because she doesn't want to give the appearance she's wrong. But it's like being humane, being genuine, being yourself, and caring about being, having some integrity and being as accurate as you can makes all the difference. You'd be shocked to see people be able to give you some grace, even if you make a mistake, but you're willing to own up to it. This is, man, good grief. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to have to pause it here. We'll check out this video right quick with her in this rap video. It's a rap video that, oh my God. Yeah. We'll end it on this note. Straight out of context, got this video. I just clicked on the first email. Shout out to you guys for sending me this link about her rap video. And then what is this? Then there's a photo here. Y'all send me some good stuff. What is this? Explore talent? Oh, y'all got to see this. Is this her? Acting modeling profile. So Candace, you never really planned on get like, a regular job or anything? You can't make this up. Well, that explains her, theatrics and all this other stuff. She wanted to be an actress. This is crazy. Hold on. Shout out to Paramount Tactical. Make sure you guys go check out his great content on his channel. And watch the full interview if you can. It's just really hard for me to hear at this point. I can't. I'm sorry. And as a mom, it's really hard to hear that stuff. Like I said, nobody's perfect. But it's, you can see straight through what he's doing with this manipulation, the gaslighting, and all of this, weaponizing the child at the same time. It's just, man, good grief. This dude is a demon. And Candace, you're soulless for even, of all things, to concoct up this BS story just so you can try to blame Erica Kirk. You keep doing all this evil stuff, and it's going to continue to backfire on you in ways you're not going to like it. And I hope she sues the crap out of you. Y'all, look at this photo. You can't make this. Explore talent. Candace Owens, acting modeling profile. New York City, New York. What? 5'8", slim, Caribbean. 28. Y'all, this is crazy. So she sit here and she dogs out Hollywood global elite, while she's those same things, or at least tried to be herself. She tried to be part of Hollywood. You can't make this up. This literally says explore talent. Yeah, this is insane. This is insane. She was 28 in this. She is Hollywood and global elite. It's out. Candace, why are you dogging out people in Hollywood when you're, trying to get into modeling and stuff? Like, isn't that what they do in Hollywood? This is crazy. The fact that she takes photos for her thumbnails for her shows when it's supposed to be a serious topic, if you're going to go talk about information related to your so-called Play Brothers assassination that you were madly in love with. She sits and poses for a photo to put in a thumbnail for her shows. She says she's playing a game of chess. She's just playing a game. No emotions in this, no feelings, no heart, no nothing. This is a game for her. PR. Here you go. PR strategy right here. Because you can't make this stuff up. And she was 28. Candace. You tried to be an actor. Girl. This is insane. This is why Charlie Kirk did not pick you. I mean, this is screaming desperation. Select me for a movie. I don't want to work. You can't make this up. But says she's got 2 degrees. Yeah, it says 28 right there. She does. She looks like she's probably 18. But when did she ever live in New York? Wasn't that when she worked for that magazine company or something like that? Yeah, New York City, New York. So she really tried to become an actor. Like, Candace, you're bad at this. You can't even deliver information without a script. Winging it is part of the deal. You can't do that well. You can't do that at all. And if you try, you resort to slurring your speech and lying like hell. She got to have a script. This is crazy. Vogue. There you go. Thank you so much. When she worked for Vogue, she was in New York City, right? You can't make this up. Oh, yeah. Y'all forget when she didn't pay rent for 7 months, talking about the black mold here is giving me recurrent yeast infections. I got to have LASIK surgery. But she got an apartment for $3,500 a month in rent. Who the hell does that? Because reasons. $3,500 a month for rent for an apartment. You're not even renting a house. Do you know, like that's literally mortgage? Why not just buy a home if you're gonna do that? She went 7 months and didn't pay rent. Talking about, I have yeast infections. I've got to get this LASIK surgery. That monostat price keeps going up every month. It's so pathetic. Candace is a huge grifter. You're a grifter, Candace. This is grifting at its finest. Oh my good Lord. She tried to be Miss USA, I guess, here. and just couldn't quite make it there. Oh my good Lord. I know, right? Liza said now it makes sense why she hates Erica, because she went and Candace came nowhere. Exactly. The age is wrong. She does look a little bit younger than 28 here. I don't know why they got 28. Is it one of these websites where anyone can edit it, like Wikipedia? Maybe they meant 18. I'll give her 18 here. Perhaps it should be a 1, not a 2. This is crazy. And she said her cousin doesn't even like her. So does anybody like you, Candace? Candace, when you're a pathological liar, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time getting your own family to like you. All right, let's get to this video right quick with this music. You can't make this sound. Oh, hold on.
Research first.
Hold on, it's bigger.
Better do some research first, because that's absolutely not Candace. People can look very similar. She's never been in a music video. Actually, you might want to do your research because she has.
Hold on, can y'all see this? Can y'all see in here? This is crazy. She did a music Travis Trent song, I'm Gonna Be Somebody Someday. Where did the cousin did the yeah, did y'all ever email me the link to the cousin interview? Because now I really want to see what her own cousin got to say, unless this is a different cousin. She said she uses her cousins to come in and be like intimidating or something like that. This is crazy. Erica Kirk was also in the music video, so she trying to keep up with Erica Kirk. Candace, girl, try harder.
Has been in 2 music videos. However, you're not going to find them on Google, and you're not going to find it under AI. Also, the second one, she was supposed to have a cameo. Better do some research first, because that's absolutely not Candace. People can look very similar. She's never been in a music video. Actually, you might want to do your research because she has been in 2 music videos. However, you're not going to find them on Google, and you're not going to find it under AI. Also, the second one she was supposed to have a cameo in ended up being cut in the final edition.
Wait, what? Where is she? Is this I don't even know who this guy is. Candace, you didn't even make the cut to be in a Kanye West video, and he gave you a whole shout out. What? Who the hell is this rapper? Is he rapping or singing? Who is this guy? Candace, this is priceless. Candace can't dance to save her damn life. What the hell are you doing in this music video? Y'all, then she had the nerve to get close in on him. I don't think they like that very well, Candace. This is insane. Then you got these idiots trying to defend her. Oh, it's really bad photoshopped. Based on what? You claiming it to be? Once again, things aren't facts because Candace or the cult member said so. That's not how that works. You can't make this up. At the very least, if you really want to verify this, you can just find out who the rapper is and then ask him. They got to have something with her name on it. You can't make this up. There's Felicia. Video vixen. There you go. Candace, you're a video vixen. Oh my God. What's crazy is this was probably when she was with Explore Talent. You can't make this. This is priceless. Candace. You don't have a talented bone in your body. You can't even debate properly. Like, you're in a rap music video, and she's still looking sinister as ever.
It's real. It's not photoshopped. That's a fact. This was over 16 years.
Man, these grown men be simping for Candace so hard. They're full-blown simps. Yeah, these grown men, and some of them married, simping for Candace like this is so disgusting. Why are you simping for another woman you're not married to? Stop simping for her. Like a punk.
years ago, and yes, the artist and the song and the original music video. Better do some research.
Yo, wait a minute. You say you sent me the video. You can't make this up. Oh, this is priceless. This is priceless. Oh my good Lord. Man, y'all see.
First, because that's absolutely not Candace. People can look very similar. She's never been in a music video.
How do they? I mean, the fact that they're saying this as if it's a matter of a fact is still absolutely ridiculous. It's like they pretend like they followed her all these years. No, you haven't. You can't say if she was in a music. You talking about something 16 years ago? These people are crazy. They're willing to sit here and just flat out, oh no, that's not her. No, it's her. I mean, you can't make this up. The internet is undefeated, y'all. The internet is undefeated. You can't. This is a clown. The internet is undefeated. Undefeated. Oh my God. 16 years ago, they're acting as if they could speak on her behalf as far as what she did 16 years ago. Knowing damn well they didn't know who she was 16 years ago. Man.
Actually, you might want to do your research because she has been in 2 music videos. However, you're not going to find them on Google and you're not going to find it under AI. Also, the second one she was supposed to have a cameo in ended up being cut in the final edition.
Wow. Can't believe this. She leaning on it, throwing her head in that. Yeah. Candace, why your eyes still look so damn dark? Oh, good God. Yeah, this is priceless. This is absolutely priceless. You can't make this stuff up. There's not enough photoshopping in the damn world. And these people can't speak to what she did 16 years ago. It just, the buffoonery of it all. If she did a music video, why would she be trying to deny this? I highly doubt Candace would deny this. So why are the cult members trying to deny something that Candace is not denying herself? She knows that she did a music video 16 years ago. It's insane. Don't try to deny something she's not denying. It's like, why deny that? It would be different if she kind of like, was sliding down a pole or something weird and landed up on Lucifer's leg or something stupid and demonic. You talking about her just sitting next to a rapper. She still looks like a clown. But why go out your way to deny this? It's just so dumb. The code is so dumb. You can't make this up. Oh, this is funny. Yeah, again, this is a video vixen. Tried to be an actor / model. Now it makes sense why she was sitting here. Probably Googled George, Boys Club. Used Charlie Kirk's credit card because she couldn't use her own for some reason to go out to the UK. He probably didn't even get her permission to do that. And it took 2 tickets to go to TP UK just so 18 days later she can get a proposal out of it. Yeah, you tell me if she didn't plan that. Tell me how I'm not supposed to believe she didn't plan that. That sounds arranged to me. Candace knew he had money. It's not like it's a secret. You can look these people up online. It's insane. 18 days between the day they met and the day he proposed over a Zoom call. Y'all, this is priceless. Candace, look, you might as well admit it. You wanted to get some financial security and you got it. Because now, George is worth over $240 million. He has no idea she's about to single-handedly bankrupt his ass with a lawsuit. Oh my good God. Yeah. Come on, Brian Harple. We're waiting on you to drop that lawsuit. Come on, get going. Oh my God, y'all. The cult attacks, no matter what you say, her biggest supporters are getting slammed for questioning Mitch Snow background, but you can't keep them happy. You can't. The alibis, all that nonsense, child. When they come up in here in the Lady Luck Club, y'all see they throw out all these random dumbass questions. Guess what? I read right over them and keep going. I don't owe them an answer. It's funny that they think that they're entitled to get responses that it's like a copy and paste because they send the same old dumb questions either way. Between the cult members and the bots, it's like pretty much all the same questions. And then no matter what you tell them, they're not going to be happy with it. So what's the point? I tell them all the time, you guys come into my chat at your own peril. We don't cater to temper tantrums over here. We don't do that. Can't make this stuff up. You can't make this up. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. 4 hours, 30 minutes. She had to apologize to Kanye West. Oh, dear Lord. I appreciate all of you all. Thank you all so much for the supers. Thank you guys so much for having my back and supporting me here in the LLC. 2026 is going to be a fantastic, blessed year for all of us. And great blessings. And hopefully people find peace. People learn how to have discernment. Understand, that reading is fundamental. And the concept and definition of the word evidence. One day it's going to dawn upon, more of these candy ass cult members. But until it does, y'all, you don't owe them an alibi. You owe them nothing. They don't pay your bills. Neither does Candace. She is not my God, Lord, or Savior. And that's it. It's just that simple. She's a mere mortal. At the end of the day, that tried to be a video vixen. A mere mortal that tried to be an actor in a video vixen and failed. Candace, you failed. You failed, girl. You failed. And you got the audacity to attack the Hollywood and global elites. Good grief. You can't make this up. So I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. I will be going live later on today because the first. And cover is a couple videos that I wanted to go over from. It's dealing with Turkey Tom. Is it Tom Turkey? Turkey Tom? Turkey Tom has 2 videos that I wanted to check out. So we'll do that, talking about, Tyler Robinson. So I have yet to see those 2 videos that he did covering. It was some Discord logs. And then, of course, Turkey Tom does a video just kind of covering Tyler Robinson in general. And in the story box, dropped a video about, Nick Fuentes exposing Candace Owens faking gay marriage. How she met Boys Club, because the story seems to change a lot. Candace, just say you Googled him and you saw he had a boatload of money and you wanted him to pick you. You were the pick me girl. He picked you. Y'all got 4 kids. The end. It's that simple. You will not even lose any sleep telling the truth. You can't make this stuff up. So we'll check that out tomorrow. Plus Nicholas Brooks' videos he's got covering some of the topics related to the Macron case. So appreciate you guys. Hit that like button on the way out. And tune in tomorrow. Until the next one, you guys have a great day. Happy New Year's to all of you. I will see you all later. Until then, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.